Hi, everyone. Good evening. Um, we are continuing on with the sixth episode of the Hávamál. Um, remember, if you want to donate, you can donate by buying us a cup of coffee. You can also blow the victory horn and cut ahead of the line for answering questions. And any descriptions for that and how to do that are down in the description below. Remember, too, we are coming to you live from YouTube, Odyssey, VK, Entropy, X, Twitch, Rumble, and you can comment and interact there as well. And also, if you're not able to watch this live, or you're only able to watch a small amount of it, we also do audio on Spotify that comes out on Fridays. And it's nearing time, folks. This is we're down to the wire. Ostara is here. I'm sure some of you may have noticed, depending on where you live. The rabbits are out. The dandelions are sprouting. The bumblebees are moving. Mourning doves are showing up, and the dawn is all the more beautiful. And so Ostara is here. She is flinging open the gates of Dellinger's Hall, and soon the warmth of heaven will wash over and begin the season of the summer tiding. If you're talking about the two tiding old style, of which there was summer and winter, and this is it. This is the rise towards midsummer. So I'm pretty excited, and we're holding the national event at Thorshof, which is my Hof, my home base, if you will. And I'm very, very excited. It's a national event. The entire Witan's going to be there. Lots of folks, lots of kids. Remember, this is also about um, getting the kids out there and having fun. Eggs. And relay races and decorations and all of that. It's a 3-day event, starting on the 22nd and going to the 24th. So we'll have kind of like, people coming in on Friday at night. Sometimes they come in, and we'll be holding our first, opening ceremonies and bloats, and then lots of, just being able to socialize with your folk. And then Saturday is the big day. So if you can't make it for Friday or Sunday, if you can, though, try to make it down for the Saturday. And that's where the bulk of most of our event will be taking place. We'll, of course, be holding an Ostara bloat. We'll most likely be holding an Ostara bloat at dawn and during the day. And just going to be a great time. Lots of people, lots of, classes, knowledge, phenomenal auction, oftentimes with really, really interesting items that are hard to find, or made by artisans in the area, or folks that are at least, not in the area, but highly skilled and willing to dedicate hours and hours of time making sure that they have, quality products, from wooden statues to books and things. I've seen all kinds of very rare things at our auctions that are pretty fun. Also, there will be storytelling. I'll be storytelling with the kids, and I think it's gonna be good. And then Sunday we wrap it up, kind of get a chance to say bye to everybody, and then return back to the grind, if you will. How's Irigodi?
Hello.
Got everything, unless you can think of something else.
No, I'm just trying to get my computer all set up here. I'm not in the studio, so I didn't realize I was live quite yet, but that's all good.
I was just going to answer some questions until we, got set up.
That's fine. I was going to say, Nick, have you given them links for what we're doing as far as where they can follow along? If so, was going to say, let's go ahead and do that. We're going into part 6 today of our Hávamál study. Apologize for being a couple of minutes late here, trying to get everything squared away. Yeah, it's been real good. We have, I think 7 more stanzas that I wanted to do last time, and we just did not quite make it that far. All right. I am in the studio now, so I feel a little bit more with it. First thing I see is Ronald donating to the VNS and to the Baldershoff Fund. Thank you so much for your continued generosity. It really is very much appreciated. Thank you. Cool. So as I'm sure Svan was saying, we're all very excited about Ostara coming up a little bit over a week from today. Matter of fact, this time next week, I will be flying out. I should be about halfway there on my journey. So we're going to have Whit and Brandy Callahan hosting the show. She's going to do a special Ostara episode hyping the event that's coming up. And I'm not sure who she is going to have to join her. She may have somebody special. She may have a few somebody special. So it'll be a nice episode next week. Yeah, don't forget to like, share, subscribe wherever you are consuming this information today. That always helps. Those algorithms, they matter, and they help draw traffic to us. If you think there's folks that ought to be seeing this or listening to this that aren't, we would love to have them. So yeah, with that, we are we're on 131 to start this week. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Well, if you could go ahead and start us out with 131, we'll get right into it.
Yeah. So remembering too from last episode, these are the counsels, the wisdom given unto the Thuler, the singer, the bard, the skald, Loth Fafnir, and or Loth Fafnir, excuse me. And we're going to read those. Remember, these are going to have those intros mostly throughout all of them. And then we'll eventually shift to the last and kind of final part of the Hávamál. So 131, getting right into it. I read thee. Remember, read is R-E-D-E, which really means counsel, and it survives in the words like Alfred or Eldred. The last part there meaning, of course, counsel by the elders or counsel by the elves. So just to clarify, especially for anybody that's doing audio. So I read thee, Lod Fafnir, and hear thou my reed. Profit thou hast, if thou hearest. Great thy gain, if thou learnest. I bid thee be weary, but be not fearful. Beware most with the ale of another's wife. And third, beware lest a thief outwit thee. Again, a reiteration here on the immoral decisions. I think of philandering with another man's wife, and again, to context, we brought this up before, and if you haven't seen the other episodes, is again that most of these are dedicated to the young warriors. So it is absolutely, this poem is coming from the elder warrior to the younger warrior, or in essence, the great lord, the oldest and wisest warrior, Odin, to any young man, of course, in this case, Lodfafnir, but not throughout the entire Hávamál. So you're going to see a lot of the advice being contexted in that form. And then of course too, there is the, lest a thief outwit thee. I think this one is really about passive vigilance and manifested vigilance. So you have the idea that you have to keep your wits about you within your society, your culture, within the moral frameworks. But then you also need to keep yourself aware and focused on the dangers that, from someone outside your kin fence. Not saying that it can't also be a threat of thievery, but certainly I think this is the context that within your culture, within your community, you should always be aware of the norms. You should be aware of the morals and the mores. And then the other is that you shouldn't just be so naive that you let yourself be taken advantage of by those outside.
So, since we're reiterating a couple of things, and I think this is worthwhile to do, yes, this is advice to warriors, but it's certainly geared at young men, and it's also very specifically geared at people who are traveling far from home, right, in an unfamiliar environment. And more than that, who are in an unfamiliar social environment. All of this is social. So keep in mind, we can all learn valuable lessons from this at any stage in our life, or whether we're the intended audience or not. It's important that we look at this from all angles. And that's why one of the reasons I'm so thankful we're going over this show, Svan and I have each, been through this, I don't know, 20, 30 more times. I think Hávamál is probably the fabric of our lore that's rubbed the most bare with use. But reading it and rethinking on it at different stages, different seasons in your life, gives you a little bit different insight. All of these are, if you are the person being spoken to, these are things to keep your wits about you. These are things to be careful of. If you're on the other team, these are really good ways that you can, lead people astray if they're foolish or if they're susceptible and they don't heed this wisdom. If they don't heed the read, you can, these are good tools to manipulate people if that's what you want to do. These are things to watch out for socially if you see happening to other people. These are things to advise your son, your little brother, your kinsman against falling prey to. These are things from a lot of different angles. Understanding these social dynamics is incredibly useful, even if you're not the young warrior out on the road for the first time. And this is kind of an interesting verse because it goes hand in hand with something my dad was advising me when I was a young man. I think I was 20 and I was going over on a trip to Europe. It was kind of my go on a trip by myself and see the world adventure that I went on. And watch out, because I guess in his day, this is, what was a common scheme with people who are traveling is to he'd say, well, you go to a bar over there and some girl wants to show you a bunch of attention and she asks you to buy her a drink. And next thing you know, you're buying something that is shockingly overpriced. You've just unknowingly made some kind of deal with a prostitute and her pimp that you can't afford and you didn't necessarily buy into, but then they'll shake you down for payment or whatever. And there's a number of scams that have always happened when someone is far from home and they're new to the world. They're new to drinking. Speaking about young men, this happens. Guys get out, all of a sudden, oh, they're 21, and they go to the bar and they find themselves by themselves. Ladies, you guys do this too. Go out with another group of girls. Next thing you know, they found some guys. They're off doing their thing, and you're there by yourself, not experienced with drinking, not experienced with the social dynamic. It's very easy to get yourself in trouble. So this is something to seriously think on. The chick that's coming up and giving you a bunch of attention, is it because she likes you? Is it because there's an ulterior motive? Is it because she's married and she's trying to get her husband across the bar to get mad at you and come throw you a beating because that's enticing to her, or she needs, to get him angry because that's how she does things? I don't know. I've certainly seen that happen to folks. So there's a lot of things to be aware of. And as we've heard earlier in the poem, drinking and pretty girls, they'll get you in trouble. And they will often facilitate somebody who wants to take your money finding a way to do it. So, I think any man here has been there and at least seen this happen, if not fallen victim to some of it.
I definitely think too, one of the interesting things about the Hávamál is there are so many verses warning about the dangers of over drinking. I think that a lot of people think of our faith as being like, oh, it's a Viking religion with lots of drinking. That's really rudimentary, but overall, if they're familiar with the Hávamál, there's lots of direction towards be wary of over drinking too much ale. Do not, and especially if you add these two together, don't drink around, other folks, wives or anything really. What I think it's the best thing to say is you shouldn't be in a compromisable position by drinking in a situation that can be misconstrued. And so you should, kind of hold back from those things, because you never know. Somebody could accuse you of something or something of that nature. And if you've been compromised by drinking, then it can deteriorate your credibility. So I think that this one too, kind of, if you read them together, is another good
Something
point.
else also, if you're out on the town or you're out in a strange place having a good time and you're drinking and something happens, the first question a police officer is going to ask, if it gets to that point, is, how much have you had to drink tonight? Any answer other than 0 is going to significantly hurt your credibility if someone's looking to jam you up. So this is common sense, but I think it's something that we all would advise our sons or our daughters to do. It's something that we all were aware of or wished that we were aware of before we started going out in the world on our own. And again, I love the Hávamál because it is so very, very applicable. What do we got for 132?
Okay. So I read thee, Lodfafnir, and hear thou my reed. Profit thou hast if thou hearest, great thy gain if thou learnest. Scorn or mocking never shalt thou make of a guest or a journey goer. So one, it's quite interesting, the idea that there's a couple of the translations, the journey goer versus perhaps the traveler or the wayfarer might be, but it's just interesting usage there. But again, this really starts to context the idea of when you're dealing with the gray zone of people that know other people. If you have a guest or you have a traveler that's somehow known to you or in your proximity, maybe you don't know them personally, or clearly, if you don't know them personally, don't mock, joke, or even really press too hard, because you don't know the context of their humor. And even if you do, again, you don't know the full scope of the person. You should reserve scorn for your enemies, and you should reserve criticism for your friends, and silence for someone you don't know and who doesn't fit into either of those two categories.
All right, guys, I got a story. If you don't like my bouncing stories, feel free to fast forward or go take a potty break or whatever you got to do. But this is the thing, especially when you're in a strange territory. It's very offensive people, and it's always fun to make fun of somebody who looks ridiculous, until it isn't. So we had this guy that used to come in pretty regular at the place I was working at, and he was the stereotypical white dude that was trying to pretend he wasn't. So he would come in with this really thick put on hood accent, and he's like wearing the oversized pretend fur coat with the flat brim hat kind of to the side. It even had a tag on it. And he's just ridiculous trying to schmooze with security and whatever else, pretending that he's somebody. And I mean, he must have weighed 150 pounds, soaking wet, like just curly haired, nerdy looking white kid doing his thing. And he'd come in and he was the butt of a lot of jokes and he's easy to get laughed at. But I was always, always treated him well. I was always nice to him when he came in and when he wanted to like, what it is, cuh, and like slap my hand and do the little side hug and whatever. Give the guy a hug. I'd, welcome him and be nice to him. So anyway, as time goes by, this guy comes in. He's continually just ridiculous, but he's keeping a gangster all the time. He's always violating all of my dress code to specifically keep a certain element out, and he is, so it's whatever, but I continue to be nice to him. Later, midweek, I'm picking my friend up. He's in a bad way, and he is at a gentleman's club across town that's not the good gentleman's club, but the place where the ladies that would perform at such location go to finish their career, perhaps, or to get easy access to chemicals that they may or may not have an addiction to. So it's a pretty rough place. But I go in there to pick my friend up. He's having a hard time, whatever. I walk in there. This little white dude is sitting at the end of this long table in there with these thugged out, gangster looking, legit gonna kill you gentlemen of color in this place. And he is holding court. He is like slapping them in the back of the head and telling them about themselves. He is running the show. And he's also not careful about what he's wearing. So he's strapped up, and these guys are like legit crime stuff's going on. And I walk in there, I'm like, what did I walk into? But because I was always nice to him, he gets them all up, makes them all say hello to me, daps me up, and goes and like insists that the bartender give me whatever I want, and like falls all over me, takes super good care of cleaning my friend up and getting them all taken care of. I have no idea what went down there after we left, but we found ourselves in an odd situation that worked out really well because I had shown this guy respect when he was easily asking to get mocked, and it paid off pretty well. So it relates to the stanza, I promise.
I'm still surprised that he was legit. Like,
no, and so he like took out his wallet and he did the thing where he opened it up and it like slinky rolled out his little picture album of all his different ebony baby mamas and his African kids, and like, no, he was living the gimmick. So I guess he was, in fact, about that life. Just goes to show you never know.
Yeah, and again, too, it never gives you any worth to create that any. And, it's one thing when you unintentionally give offense, and that could perhaps be in joking around. People might not understand your humor, but to give scorn to unnecessarily does nothing of value. It's always best to just kind of slowly read the person, and even then, it's better to get to know them before you joke and have fun. I really do love this stanza because I kind of naturally abide by this. I'm not a very sociable person when it comes to, say, random group parties or meetings, and it's not because I'm against or are unable to socialize. It's just that I prefer to kind of go slow because you just never know. You never know.
I'm just looking at the chat for anybody. Sorry I got here late, so I'm a little bit behind the 8 ball on a couple of things. So folks know, ask whatever you guys would like, especially new people. We will answer any and all of your questions. We try to go through and ask, and answer stuff as it relates to what we're reading during the meat of it. And then when we're done, we get kind of all the questions that are a little bit more random or directed. But we're happy to answer anything you guys ask. It's all about y'all's participation. It kind of fuels a lot of the discussion. And so thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. And thank you for participating. I notice we've got some interesting guests in the chat room, and I might as well mention while we're doing it. Connor in the Twin Cities. Hey, thank you very much for stopping by and giving us a listen. Appreciate having you here. I see Brandy is already talking to you in the chat room a little bit, but I know you say you kind of tend to lean universalist. I think that's, saying that up front and being here and listening with us tonight is, we appreciate that a lot. Hope that you get something out of it. Enjoy what you hear. You also complimented us on the food pantry. Thank you for that. It's something that we really care about. And if you have questions or anything, Brandy is the lady to answer them. She runs things at Baldershoff, which is just a couple of hours from you in Murdoch. And welcome and thank you for joining us tonight. Also, we've got his name is kind of a strange name. We got a gentleman in Tennessee, very close to Sigerheim. So, actionable intelligence. You're super close. You should get with Nick and maybe go by and check it out if you're at all interested. That's up just outside of Gainesboro in Jackson County, Tennessee there. So I'm glad you're joining us on the show tonight. And thanks for everybody who's here. With that, I'm cool with going on to 133 if you are.
Yeah, absolutely. So 133, again, lends back to one of my favorite stanzas from earlier, but it kind of has the same flow to it. Oft scarcely he knows who sits in the house. What kind is the man who comes? None so good is found that faults he has not, nor so wicked that not he is worth. So that first part of the stanza is kind of, again, lending to the latter because there's discrepancies on where the division is. So it's worth remembering 132, if you read that last part, scorn or mocking never shalt thou make of a guest or a journey goer. Oft scarcely he knows. So like immediately jumping into 133, you'll see there's that bridge there, and there's a dispute mainly because in one manuscript there was an addition, and oftentimes there's a removal of those two lines because there's a debate as to when they were placed in. I did want to bring it up though, so it's it kind of throws things off since they removed it. But the oft scarcely he knows who sits in the house. What kind is the man who comes? None so good is found that faults he has not, nor so wicked that not he is worth. Evil and good do men's sons ever mingled bear in their breasts. So that part there is oftentimes removed, but I think again is worth noting that people often wear their morality out, or you can see it in their actions, but nobody is perhaps so crass, or perhaps maybe even you just don't quite get along with them. They still have good value, and there are people who have very good demeanor, but you might have things that you might not like about them. So really, this 133 kind of being an extension of 132 is also then stating that you should allow wisdom to kind of arc over time in your way of perceiving a person, because even though you might not like them at first, they end up showing great value, or stalwartness, or a drive, or dedication that you maybe didn't quite see. And that's happened numerous times within the church, that you meet somebody and just personally I'm thinking, oh, are they here? Is this really a faith for them? Do they really believe in the gods? Is this just something they're trying to do on the weekends? Or is this a hobby for them? And then they show up, and then they end up really diving in, or trying to get all the lore, sitting and taking notes at all the classes, and really just showing up to help. And I would not have guessed it. And so I've definitely had to eat crow quite a couple times, because again, judging people is human nature, and I think it's good, and it is survival. But knowing when you're wrong is also, I think, a noble act that kind of leaves us to learn a little bit as we go, because some people just prove forth over time. They don't up front, and sometimes the people that are up front fall out. The facade is it. So give time, let time determine that for you, before you really cast worth or ill towards the person.
Yeah, following on what Svan said, it's one of the big lessons. Now, one of the uncomfortable truths, I guess, the uncomfortable truth is there is a lot of gray in the world, and it's very, very seldom a proposition of all this or all that. Well, never judge a book by its cover. No, you absolutely need to judge books by their cover. But judgment doesn't stop there. That's a place to start. You don't make a firm judgment that's unmovable by the cover. By that same token, you don't entrench your position until you need to. Keep your hands free. Keep your head on a swivel. So much of this is about first impressions and how to deal with first impressions, but it's also about trusting and praising things and making a final verdict on things once they're proven. So, as Svan said, it's give people a chance to show their true colors before you take an action based on your assumption, and your wisdom will grow, and you can make better decisions as time goes on with the people that you're dealing with. Again, you don't know what they know. You don't know where they come from. You don't know what they've got on them. You don't know who their friends are and who they know. Yeah, they could be dopey and whatever else, but maybe their brother is somebody you really wish that you were on the right side of. And I don't just mean from like danger or getting, you know, getting whooped. I mean, maybe that's a friendship that would have been very advantageous to you that you just passed up. You know, our lore speaks about Odin himself appearing as a beggar and, you know, testing people's hospitality. And it would do you poorly if you know, made the wrong assumption about a visit from the Allfather. So those are important things to kind of keep in mind a little bit. Um, and also, as Svan said, and we've seen this within Asatru so many times. Oh, I can't say enough. So some of the biggest, baddest, scariest looking, tattooed necked, like looks like they've seen some stuff guys, when stuff gets thick or when the pressure's on, I've seen those people break. I've seen those people run and hide. I've seen some of those people be the most cowardly people I've ever seen in my life. I've also seen guys that are 130 pounds, look like a nerd, don't look like they've ever seen stuff. They look soft, you know, soft as soft can be. And I've seen them hit hard as steel when put to the test. So you never know. And there's a lot of people that'll surprise you. And surprises aren't all bad. Sometimes they're very pleasant. So keep your head on a swivel, keep your mind open, and, you know, trust but verify sometimes. What does 134 tell us?
This is the Eldred, the Council of the Elders stanza. I read thee, Lord Fafnir, and hear thou my reed. Profit thou hast if thou hearest, great thy gain if thou learnest. Scorn not ever the gray-haired singer. Oft do the old speak good. Oft from shriveled skin comes skillful counsels. Though it hang with hides and flap with the pelts and is blown with the bellies. I mean, obviously, it's pretty. There's some colorful kind of, you know, painting of this, and I think that it's worth noting that the references of the hanging with the hides and flapping with the pelts is really in essence the old, like it would be equivalent to saying the old buildings, whether it's the chipped paint and the rusted roof, the flapping pelts and the hanging hides about the house of the old coot, if you will, may be discerning or may throw you off, but oftentimes you'll find great glimmers of wisdom in places that don't hold or may not seem so majestic. And that's, I think that's really overall is saying, don't discount any place of the possibility. And this is clearly from Lord Woden, because that's what he does. He goes out, seeks the wisdom, no shadow unexplored, no hall that doesn't have or bear value. So, despite it might being an enemy, or despite it might being someone who's old, do not discount the possibility of wisdom that you can gain. And oftentimes, the older and the more worn, the better the wisdom. I'm not saying that's entirely the case all the time. I've met some old folks who are, damaged and broken folks, but I've met some old folks who just at a certain point in their life, they stopped caring about certain things, but they had experienced just vast amount of adventure and wisdom. And so you would, see this person, you discount them as like, oh, wow, they don't even care. And ends up, you gain sagely wisdom.
Yeah, we all know that it's true that you should respect your elders and you should listen to them, and all of that is very true on the face of it. But it's easy to realize that and brush it off. No, if you get an old timer and he wants to sit there and talk, let him talk. Absorb the wisdom when you can. It's really easy because some of these old guys want to get verbose, and they tell you this. Sometimes they tell you the same story over and over again. But you'll notice as they tell you the same story over and over again, they add new little pieces here and there. And that said, wrapped in some, folksy, oh, this old timer's, rattling on with his stories, is a lifetime worth of experience of what they've done, what they've seen, what they've experienced, what they haven't done, seen, or experienced that haunts them with regret. That is, and I don't think that we all appreciate it when we're very young, but in my life, the conversations that I've been able to have with men and sometimes women older than, significantly older than myself have been some of the best spent time. And those old timers, once you find them, sometimes there's a clock on that and you don't have forever to absorb that wisdom. I am very, very thankful for, I'm just thinking in my head, and I can think of off the top of my head, double digits of old timers that I have benefited greatly from, taking the time to sit and listen to their stories and engage them in conversation, because it's invaluable, and it's stuff that once it's gone and won't come again, at least not the same way. All right, and that was 34. What we got for 135?
I was going to say I'm a very fortunate benefit from that. My wife's grandmother is 103, and she's fully coherent. Moves around on her own, helps me prepare food for her, and some of the stories every time we sit down are just awesome. They're just getting a peek into a time, that long ago, 1920s, 1930s, amazing stuff. So soak it up while you can. Let's see here. So now 135, I read thee loath Fafnir, and hear thou my reed. Profit thou hast if thou hearest, great thy gain if thou learnest. Curse not thy guest, nor show him thy gate. Deal well with a man in want. So obviously this here is one of the reasons, this is the stanza that really brings out the nobility of giving. The idea that, and it does have some variations. Time has changed much, but in the olden times, on a general sense, if you were traveling and you needed a place to find respite from the weather, you could, if you found a homestead, go there, announce yourself, and ask if you could be, you seek refuge there for a little bit of time before you moved on. And that had a great amount of cultural context to it, and it had benefits and it had drawbacks in relation to a lot of things. Generally, it was on the word of the person announcing themselves and on the hospitality of the person giving the guest shelter. Obviously, now, I would not recommend that you just allow somebody passing by into your house if they ask. But it's about giving unto those who are in need. And that is really what the hospitality towards the guest in this relation, showing him the gate, and why it's directly related to deal well with a man in want. is that those two coalesce together. If you find yourself where you're able to give and you have a person who's asking for help, honestly needing it, hopefully honestly needing it, you know, give unto them if you can. And again, it's best to control the situations too. I'm not saying sometimes in the sense where you see a person who's asking for things and they're clearly doing it to substantiate a desire or something that's really not good for them, alcohol, drugs, whatever. And, giving them money might not, do well, but if you can give them food or something of that nature. I had an interesting story that happened here in which I ran into a homeless man who was outside of a corner store, and he's just seemed kind of downtrodden and didn't even ask for anything. I just stopped and said, "Hey, are you okay?" And he said, I'm hungry. And so I went in and I bought him some food, and then I asked him where he was going. And he said that he was, going one exit down the highway, but for him, he's walking. So it's a long way. And gauging this man, and, just where he was and where I was at. And with, I was able to defend myself. I offered him a ride and I took him down. And one of the strangest things that happened was as he was driving he told me that he was the wolf of London Bridge, which is a road that his exit was on. And, this is in the Seven Cities in Norfolk, Virginia Beach. And he says, do you know who I am? I'm the wolf of London Bridge. And I said, no, I never heard of you. Why do they call you the wolf? And he said, well, I used to have really long hair, but a barber, gave me a haircut to, as charity. And that kind of, hit home. I am a barber, and I actually knew the barber once he mentioned who he was. And I was like, wow, that's really great. And then he said some other things, but then he kind of, I dropped him off at this spot and I was like, are you good to go? And he's like, I can't see anything. I'm blind in one eye. And he looked over at me and he goes, in this eye, I'm blind. I can't see. So everything's really dark. And I was like, I took him across the street. Did a couple U-turns, took him to a lit, like brightly lit shopping center, and was like, I hope this helps you so you can eat and so on. And, I had to go home, but I just thought it was a very, odd interaction, but you never know. So you be good when you're able to be good, be giving when you're able to be giving. And sometimes, don't get caught up in the reservations of it. Just make sure you're safe and then act nobly. That was truly an interesting interaction. It was very ominous. And I will say one other thing too, as I was leaving, I didn't want to, I took a photo of him. It was at a distance, and I didn't use a flash. I didn't want it to seem rude. I didn't want to seem rude. But when I took the picture, I guess the lights of the well-lit strip mall or shopping center really distorted his image and made him look like random halos or balls of light all around him, and I couldn't make him out. And I didn't check my phone. I just took the picture and kind of left. And I was just going to relate it to my wife about this odd interaction I had. And I was going to show her the picture. And when I finally looked at the picture, you couldn't make him out at all. It was just orbs of light, if you will. So there's my story for the night, I guess.
Yeah, I remember when you told me that story. That's a really, really interesting happening. That's one of the things in Svan's preamble to it. Live in a different day and age. Random folks showing up at your house, unless you live in the middle of nowhere and there's some kind of a story involved. Safety first, it's really important, but there's a lot of ways you can not let random hobos just come into your house with your family, and still extend kindnesses to folks who have a need and make sure people are taken care of. It's one of those things I remember, we don't often see hitchhikers anymore. That's not really a thing. They've really cracked down on it. We don't see that as much as we used to, certainly some of us growing up. But in Alaska, especially up in Fairbanks, Alaska, where I spend a lot of the winters, it'll be -60, -65 out. And if you see somebody walking with their thumb out, if somebody doesn't pick them up, especially on a, kind of vacant road somewhere, it can very easily be life or death. So in a cold and inhospitable environment, sometimes a little bit of hospitality can make a very significant impact on how somebody does. And it's one of those things, it's kind of this stanza, but the principle that surrounds it is kind of a big part of the inspiration of our food pantries, is to extend kindness to people in our community that might be in need. And that's made a big impact. A very relatively small kindness on your part can have a very big impact on a person or a family who really needs that at that time in their life. Odenshof's interesting. It's in Brownsville, California. It's in a really economically depressed town, what's commonly referred to as a meth town. There's a lot of people on some really hard times there. And we've had some very interesting folks come there who very much look like, and I believe them when they say they haven't eaten in a few days. And for us to be able to hand them something to eat, give them, some kind of a, hey, we care about you. We're sorry you're having a hard time. Here's some food. We wish you the best. A kind word and a little bit of something to eat goes a long way towards maybe somebody who's at the very bottom seeing a way out of it. And it's been nice to be a part of that sometimes. And I'm really glad we're able to do that for some folks. Almost there. All right. What can you tell us about 136?
So 136 is a interesting one, depending on the translation and how it's translated. But let's go first with Bellows in 136. Strong is the beam that raised must be, to give an entrance to all. Give it a ring, or grim will be the wish it would work on thee. So this is a really, I don't particularly like this translation of this stanza, because it seems like it's disjointed, especially when you look at the Old Norse and you see like the beam is not a beam, it's the tree or perhaps the branch. And is it referring to the upper beam of the door, or is it referring to the latch? And again, most likely the latch, because of the word oploki, the idea of like keeping unlocked the door, or have a strong latching mechanism. But you when you read it one way, it sounds like strong must the beam be to have an open door all the time, kind of again alluding to the necessity of being able to take care of others requires that you be strong or taking care of yourself, which has value and merit. But I think it gets lost at the latter half, which is if you have a strong barring arm on your door, and you give entrance to all, you should be giving to the people you let into your house, because if you don't, you may need to latch it, is what I think is ultimately being said here, is that it's not about opening your doors to all for what have you. It's that if you let people into your house, giving them a ring that is or rings you should give is what it's how it's kind of said in Old Norse. It's talking about gifts or be kind and give food, give drink and a place to stay or sleep, and be goodly to the persons that come into your hall. Because if you don't, you never know what kind of fomenting enemy you may find later, and that may require you to have a very strong lock arm. And so that's one of the things that I find about this translation a little vexing, because when I first read it a long time ago, I thought it meant the upper beam of a door. But over time and looking at the way it was kind of contexted, I don't believe that's the case. Is that if you treat your guests terrible, make sure you have a strong lock arm on your door, because you might need it.
And yeah, it's tricky. The commentary that others tend to have on it is it's like, hey, be careful and don't give over much, or you're going to find yourself in want, and people are always going to be coming back, and you're going to have problems that way. And I don't see that verbatim from the text, and I don't infer that from any attempt at the Old Norse. I mean, yeah, be careful. Don't give to the point that you and your family are in need, of course. And if you are known for your generosity, a lot of people are gonna, come looking for it all the time. And there's wisdom in that. But I think that Svan's is a point, I guess, better taken when things get rough, and we have a lot of, I don't know, the last 20 years we seem to have this societal collapse ideation just in the zeitgeist about, a zombie apocalypse, or, whatever the case might be. If all of a sudden law and order break down, people are going to remember folks that were nice when they didn't have to be. And they're going to remember folks that had a lot of stuff and wouldn't help out. And I think the wrath of the mob would be quite different on people who have a history of taking care of their community versus people who don't. So I think there's something to that, but I think there's a couple of different ways you can take this passage. Just thinking on the side in the hospitality bit, talking about our food pantries, something of note for folks. Because we have been running food pantries, and because the communities know that was something to do, we recently had some hurricane issues in Florida that put a whole bunch of people in a bad way, and the community reached out to us to see if we could do an extra day, or do a little bit more on our food pantry to help out because there was a particular disaster. And our volunteers down there stepped up, came out for an additional day. Our folks that donate food for that were, loaded us up, and we were able to really take care of the community. And that's kind of how it arose in Brownsville. For those that don't know the story, at Odenshoff, our very first doing the food pantry, there was the local food bank reached out. They, in Brownsville, had they had like a little gas station store, but that was kind of the grocery store in town. There wasn't a lot of resources. It's, I don't know, 30, 40, it's 45 minutes or so to a good grocery store if you live in Brownsville. And that's a long way. And the folks there was a fire, the grocery store burned down, and all these people that were, marginal at best as far as their ability to get by day to day had no groceries. And so the food bank reached out for churches in Brownsville to help out. And each of the Christian churches there, and there's several, they weren't interested, they didn't want to do it. So finally, the food bank reached out to us, and it read a little about us, and asked, "Hey, would you guys be willing to do this?" And we jumped on it, and we've been doing it ever since. The partnership with the food bank only lasted for a few years, but we've carried it on independently since then. And it's nice to have the ability to step up for our community when natural disaster or any kind of disaster strikes, to be there. Yeah, that's what I got. Let's move on to 137, and then we'll take a little bit of a pause after this next one, and I'll get to the questions we've got built up so far, because it's a natural stopping point before we get to a different, and sometimes a lot of people's favorite portion of the Hávamál, certainly its own really interesting standalone section. So yeah, we're going to take questions after this next stanza, and then we will start out on an interesting journey. I'd hoped to get to the end of 137 last week, but it was not to be. All right, Svan, let's close out the advice to Lord Fafnir.
So this is quite a cryptic one. So 137, I read thee, Lord Fafnir, and hear thou my reed. Profit thou hast, if thou hearest, great thy gain, if thou learnest. When ale thou drinkest, seek might of the earth, for the earth cures drink, and fire cures ills. The oak cures tightness, the ear cures magic, rye cures rupture, the moon cures rage, grass cures the scab, and runes the sword cut. The field absorbs the flood. This is truly a cryptic one. And I still am looking into it. Like a perfect example is, again, the usage of the word is Jörð, which is the earth. And Jörð is also, in lowercase is, of course, like ground or dirt or soil. Uppercase, of course, is Jörð, the mother of Thor, the Ástvanir of the gods. So in this case, in context, though, it's speaking of soil, dirt, or earth, and it is truly interesting because, like, just in that alone, I don't quite know what they mean. Are they speaking of the physical consumption, perhaps laying upon the earth? The context of this part here is baffling to me. Another thing that's worth noting is the word fire cures ills. So that is not the word ills, like when we were talking last episode about ill and balefulness and the idea of evil versus wrongdoing. None of that is truly mentioned, but that it speaks of sickness. Fire cures sickness, and I think this really is in reference to the breaking of viral infection through fire or heat, and kind of dispelling that from the body. So in the oak cures tightness, it says ek vid abindi. So abindi, the oak cures so abindi is like binding of the muscles, is kind of what it's basically alluding to, is that it is the binding of the flesh or the limbs. But I've wondered if it meant that it was again the freeing of the limbs in relation to seizures, and perhaps then there's no emphasis as to what part of the oak, whether it's the seed, the leaf, the root, the bark. And I feel like a lot of this is again, contextual to the time. It's also worth noting, though, like oak is not highly present in Iceland, and I don't think it was, especially in back in the 12th century. So this is clearly lending back to the mainland in relation to some of these advisements. So I really do find this another the rye curing the rupture. I think this is in reference to rye paste in order to stop blistering. In the particular sense of like a boil or a blister, using rye paste to absorb the boil is or the popped blister is what is again being referenced here. But then it gets cryptic with the moon curing rage. The especially with the word kvedia, the shifting of the moon is cryptic, and then it goes back to grass cures the scab. Again, the herb is what they're referring to, in the idea of chewing the herb to create a poultice. And then it goes cryptic again, and the runes, the sword cut. It does not specify, which runes. And again, the sword cut isn't the word; it's balefulness that is being spoke, or is the word that's used. The idea is it's not necessarily against specifically a sword. So I find this one, and then finally the field absorbs the flood is absolutely a one that again speaks out with context unknown, if you will. So this one I really do try to look at, and there is some notes, clearly at the bottom that Bellows kind of relates to about certain manuscripts, and perhaps the reference of household remedies is kind of how people just lay this one down. But I've been trying to look at what it may be, but we may never know in relation to the context of certain things. I hate to be that, yeah.
So Svan, I will say this. You have an answer for every single one of these lines in every single thing that we've read. I don't really expect that all of them are going to be crystal clear to you. This one, honestly, and that's what the subtext suggests at the bottom is, it may just be a list of folk remedies that are trusted, and this is the folk remedies that work, that you should pay attention to. And we've lost a lot of the folk healing that used to be very, very common, especially rurally, and even until very recently. There's a lot of I don't know, your grandma would have some old kooky sounding remedy that seemed to work back in her day because her parents told her about it or whatever. And some of that stuff's hokey and some of that stuff's potent. And I think that our ancestors, when they had to rely on it a little bit more, there's a lot more wisdom contained in it and the particulars of it than we give credit to. But that wraps up the Lord Fafnir advice. Let's see kind of where we're at with folks'.
I did see somebody reference the idea that oak was utilized against constipation, and that not tightness of the limb, but tightness of the gut. And I was looking to see where exactly that laid in. But again, this is one of those cryptic ones where, yeah.
So couple of things to touch on. We had a question earlier on by Avocado Toast. He says, I actually don't drink, and a lot of my fellow Gen Zers are not drinking as much as previous generations. Is it okay to offer things like cranberry juice instead of mead for an offering? Couple of pieces on it. First, sure. Context is really important, and your intention is important. If that's what you've got because you and your family are not drinkers and that's not what you do, then I don't think that's frowned upon or bad or anything else. At the end of the day, it is the fluid that we use for offering is about a medium to carry intent. The idea of something nice is because there is an intent there and a value to offer something nice. If you just go and get some tap water, that's not the same. It's not a lot of effort. It's not a lot of care put into it. If you offer something that's nice that you have assigned a value to, then I think that's the bigger point of it. And I don't think that's inappropriate. Certainly, at events, I try to, and I'm terrible about remembering to do this, but I've tried really hard to make it my habit when I'm doing ritual to have a horn of mead, but also have a horn of sparkling cider for folks that aren't drinkers. We have a lot of people that, for whatever reason, are dedicated to their sobriety. A lot of people have had a history of drinking that didn't agree with them and didn't cause good results for them or their family, and so they've gone cold turkey on the alcohol. And that's, them recognizing that and taking that step's really important. We certainly want to support those people and make sure they feel part of what we're doing and part of ritual. So that's a really nice thing to do if we can, and we do that often. So don't feel like you have to be a drinker to be involved in Asatru. You really don't. There was a day and age when modern Asatru was, early, I'd say 80s, 90s, early 2000s, where there was a lot of drinking going on. And I think a lot of people, again, kind of went overboard with making it a drinking party. And that's not the case. There's a time and a place. And, I certainly like to drink at events and after events to have merriment with my friends and my fellow AFA family members. I'm having a beer right now, but it's not a necessity to our practice. It does have a special purpose ensemble, and one of the ideas is that the alcohol makes you a little bit more prone to express your feelings to a group of people that you may not be super familiar with, and to be comfortable sharing. It facilitates that a little bit more, but again, it's not necessary, and you don't need to feel like you have to be a drinker to be involved. It's a very small piece of what we're doing and what it's about. So yeah, keep that in mind. The big thing though, and I'd urge anybody on here who is sober and that's part of their lifestyle, please be reflective that because maybe you had a problem in your life with drinking, that doesn't mean that everybody else does. So it's really important that we tolerate each other, and it's easy sometimes for people who have had problems they've overcome in their life and have made decisions that were best for them and their family to decide everyone needs to make those same decisions, and it doesn't quite work that way. So, having a little bit of live and let live on folks getting by. We got a couple. What else we got here before we move forward? Avocado Toast, his rebuttal to that, or response, I guess, I'm not against drinking at all. I just don't like the taste, and I'm a lightweight. So I can hook you up on the taste. I am known for my ridiculous fruity cocktails. You know, you put an umbrella and some fruit in it, that's my jam. But no, I'm always trying to make something delicious when I have folks over. I can help you on the taste. The lightweight thing, I don't know, because my stuff tastes good, but it also packs quite a punch. A couple of things I don't see it on here, but I want to address it anyway. I think somebody over on the side asked what our thoughts were on the 9 doors of Midgard, and whether we, advise folks do that, whether they should go through all 9 of the doors as far as the curriculum in it. Svan, have you ever? I thought that he said because he's going to listen to the whole episode tomorrow. I'm just trying to break it up. Fine then. So I will keep that a secret till the end of the show, as our producer bid that we do. So we'll think on that, and we'll give you an answer by the end of the show.
The proverbial carrot.
All right. So
Avocado Toast said she's 5'5" and 115-pound female. That's why lightweight.
So one of the times I was bouncing at that particular bar that I was bouncing at, we had this 400-pound Samoan gentleman, and he had a 115-ish pound white girlfriend, and they were trying to go drink for drink together, and didn't work out super well. So I feel a little bit bad about this, but it's a funny story. No one was hurt in the making of this story. I assure you, I checked and made sure afterwards. So guy gets belligerent. He's whatever, and I'm having to drag 400 pounds of angry Samoan dude out of the bar. So I have geared my nervous system and my muscular system to do that. And I end up dragging this guy, and I, throw him out in the parking lot or whatever. Well, then he squares up looking back at me, and as people from the islands tend to do sometimes, he would get in a rage to where he was making guttural war cry noises at me, and he was all clenched up. So then his little girlfriend comes out. She's trying so hard that she keeps grabbing my hands and like apologizing. Like, oh, we didn't mean anything. We're just trying to have a nice night. It's our anniversary, whatever she was trying to do. But she kept grabbing my hands, and I kept like, honey, I need my hands. I need my hands. I need my hands up. I need my hands. And so he comes charging at us, and everything in my body is geared towards dealing with a 400-pound Samoan man. So I go to gently move this little woman out of the way, and she flies across the parking lot. And it's icy. So then when she lands, she continues about another 10 yards because I was geared up for the boyfriend. And I felt really bad. My manager was in my earpiece, and like it was shocking on camera. I reviewed it on camera, and it looked absurd. But it worked. The guy stopped, and he was so shocked by seeing her flying through the air that he stopped his advance. We all paused for a second, went over and, checked, and she was just flying, and everybody was good, and we all had a good laugh about it. But yeah, stuff's different when you're 115-pound lady and you're trying to drink with guys that are multiple bills. So it's the thing. That said, let's move into the next portion, which is exciting. The story didn't super relate, but it came to mind, and I felt like I had to say something. there's a lot to talk about when we get into this section, and I want to mention that some of what we will talk about is because we have a sincere belief that Meister Guido von List was blessed with inspiration from the Allfather on runic meanings, very specifically with his Armanen rune system as it relates to the stanzas that we're going to be getting to here very shortly. So when we bring that up, if you're not familiar with it, that's the connection. And I think we might as well should tell that story a bit right now, or mention it. You know, we'll get to that here in just a second, because I think I'm going out of order more than I'd like to. So, Svan, if you could read 138 for folks.
Absolutely. And these the two stanzas are often compiled together. If you see them written, I've seen them written in poems, or I've even seen them on like bookmarks. These two are often placed together. And this is where, yes, it absolutely switches right after the very large and cryptic, again, about oak curing constipation and such. It shifts. And this is, again, we talked about these three poems kind of being placed together. And this is absolutely the third section. I ween that I hung on the windy tree, hung there for nights full 9. With the spear I was wounded, and offered I was to Odin, myself to myself, on the tree that none may ever know what root beneath it runs. This is the beginning. I don't know if we should. Did you want to couple it with the?
Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll do 139 as well,
because that kind of cuts the action in the middle.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, it's with 139 kind of as into the extension. None made me happy with loaf or horn. And there below I looked. I took up the runes. Shrieking I took them, and forthwith fell back I fell. So this is the initiation of Lord Odin to Yggdrasil in order to find and retrieve the building blocks of cosmic order. As we've spoken about before, that the holy gods, the Aesir, they are the lords of cosmic order, just like the Vanir are of natural law. And the building blocks of cosmic order are kind of substantiated with what would in essence be kind of an extension of weird, or perhaps an extension of all things that flow together, or the resonance of weird is kind of the way I've always looked at it, is that the resonance of all activity creating its sound formulates in pattern, and those patterns are the runes. And it is important also to consider that Yggdrasil is in heaven, and Lord Vodin sacrifices himself upon the tree. He looks down upon the roots that no one knows where the roots run. Again, the mystery of that is that the roots run deep and far and into other realms. That it descends from there. It's interconnected with places that so few know. And again, the poem itself is, or the stanza itself is very, very kind of finite, because if you consider a lot of what was kind of added in culturally by us as a people, and is it the context of the hanging, the context of the sacrifice or the gifting of, to Odin. And the context of it being a kind of, and you'll hear this very often amongst people who discuss Lord of Odin's kind of Faustian principles, we'll find that as there as well. And whether you're talking about like, Dr. Stephen Flowers, he definitely keys in on this stanza about how Lord of Odin places himself into the condition that allows him to see beyond. And I think for myself, the way I've always seen this spiritually is that one of the powers of the Furious One, Lord Odin, is that he has the ability to integrate with one of the original tripartites of Gunungagap, the spreading roots. He joins it. He sees all the way back. He sees the resonance and the patterns of all interactions as they form, and they are the runes. I don't know. I think it is very interesting. I'm caught up a little bit with just the perhaps the influence of certain things. Like, I wonder, obviously the younger Futhark that is generally known is to be of 16 runes. And most people here, will see that the number goes beyond 16. And of course, older iterations go up to 24. I've looked into a lot of trying to understand the reasonings behind those numbers. Again, Maestro Guido von List's reaching of being given meanings of these, or giving the symbols of these runes in relation to the meanings, I find interesting. I wonder too about the runic calendar, but there's an interesting thing about that, is that the runic calendar has a number of 19 runes in its Futhark, not 18. So again, I think the incompletion, or at least the mystery, the frayed edges of that which is not finite, is part of the dynamicism of trying to understand and learn. And I think this absolutely starts it, gives it great context, brings the mood down immediately into like focus.
So Svan, did you read 139 as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I think I was just lost in my head on it, because this is a deep topic to kind of just jump right into. So one of the things that I'll say is important to keep in mind. The runes are the mystery being explained. They are the fundamental building block. They are the secret that's being spoken. The rune itself means mystery. And that's what we're discussing. When we think of runes, we think of the sigil that personifies that mystery. And if Svan and I do it too, we all do it. But keep in mind, when you're speaking about runes, there's two senses of the word. There's the picture of the rune. There's the straight lines stuck together. And then there's the meaning that picture represents. And it's really easy to get caught up in the picture. But that's not always how sigil magic works. And there may be a better or different time and a place for some of this discussion. I know we've had it already. But the importance in sigils is the meaning that you have applied to them and that you've invested in them. They have a cultural meaning. They resonate with you on a deep level because the image itself evokes a powerful association. And that's one of the big keys of working with and understanding the runes. So don't get hung up if you were not familiar with the Armanen Futhark, or if you whatever the case may be. We've done a series on the runes. There's a lot of right ways to do things, but the point is that Lord Odin took himself to the brink of that separation of reality. He took himself to the extreme where he transcended his condition to reach down into the unfathomable and to pull out the mysteries of the universe. And we run into sound again. When we talk about magic, incantation important. It's always been a really important part of the stanza to me. It's like take them up and then fall back exhausted. No, roaring he took them. I think Bellows says shrieking he took these runes. They are overwhelming in power, and he spent himself to the absolute limit that he was able to go in order to acquire this understanding of these mysteries. So, going to that transcendent metaphysical condition is something that, we've seen in many different branches of our faith, and other faiths have similar things. That one way to do that is by shamanic ordeal, by taking oneself to the brink of death or of madness due to fasting or ordeal in the heat or exhaustion. There's many ways that different Vitki can do that to reach out into the void or into what's other or into the gap. In this instance, we see Odin pinning himself to a tree, impaling himself as a sacrifice to himself. And it's a very graphic depiction of this. And it's very visceral, the idea of him doing that and then taking them up, screaming as he took them up. And one of the key things to remember about Odin is his name means the master of ecstasy or fury or madness, in that kind of an esoteric sense of the word madness, to where it's this ecstatic, furious, frenzied state that he accesses this through. So, it's as powerful and visceral as this part of the ordeal as it gets. And then from this springs forth these songs that are going to be taught to us here. Oh, and what I was going to say, so this is the time to do it before we get in the next section. In order, those of you who are unfamiliar, Guido von List lived around the turn of the 20th century, from the 19th to the 20th. And in 1902, he had a cataract surgery that left him blind for 11 months. And in that time, he thought deeply on our ancestral faith. And this was pioneering when no one else was doing this. This was a new current that was happening. And, there was a calling and an awakening in the folk soul to reintroduce Asatru into the world. He was one of the very first people to do that and to take those steps. And in doing so, he was given the inspiration during those 11 months of blindness to make these connections and to make what has become known as the Armanen runes. And that's why we'll mention those when they come up in the relevant songs here. We got cartoon Svan, so I'm assuming there's a technical issue, or perhaps Svan stepped away for a second, but we can all gaze at his cartoony goodness there.
I'm back. Sorry, I had to step away for just a moment.
No, the cartoon's cool. We enjoy getting a moment to take that
The
all in.
Disney version.
So, that said,
Oh.
will you read 140 for them, please?
Yes, 140. And so there is a little again, from a poetic or from a storytelling standpoint, what's going on right now is that when Lord Odin says that he's done this great and grievous sacrifice of himself to himself, hanging and integrating with the circulatory system of the cosmos, Yggdrasil, he then contexts the reasoning based on, and this is very, very like congruent with the style of the time. It's like, I did this mighty thing, and this is why I did this mighty thing, because I have done many mighty things before this. So if you want, that's one of the best ways to look at these next couple of stanzas. So in 140, he says, 9 mighty songs I got from the son of Bolthorn, Bestla's father, and a drink I got of goodly mead poured out of Orðrir. This here is, some people context these two together, and I don't necessarily think that's the case, because there isn't really a mention of the 9 great songs that he receives from his uncle, who is Mimir. Mimir is the son of Bolthorn. Mimir is the brother of Bestla, therefore Lord Odin's uncle. Again, the context of understanding is that, one, these are Jotuns. These are Jotuns not from Ymir, though. These are called the Hrimthursar. They're the Jotuns of Niflheim. These are proto Ymir. They're before. And in this sense, when Bor comes amongst the Hrimthursar after being descended from Buri, the unification of Bestla, and it's interesting that their names, the one Bor, the one who lifts up, and Bestla, the one who besets, the one who lays out before or sets things on, like besetting the table. These organizational factors are very, again, primordial in relation, but they're the starting of the cosmic order that facilitates from the gods. And in this case, there's no mentioning of these 9 great songs in the story of the attainment of the mead of poetry. So I think that this is more, again, hearkening to either perhaps a story unknown, but this also would then reference more so towards, I especially think in relation to Bestla, that this is like the starting point. He was given the wisdom by his uncle, and then he attained the mead of poetry. And then, and then that started the process of what he needed in order to bring us to the sacrifice of himself to gain the runes. So he's kind of lending back the idea that the start of the seeking of these ancient mysteries and secrets and knowledge starts first with the 9 songs, and then moves to the attainment of the mead of poetry, and then moves, onto the sacrifice upon the tree. It's kind of more or less a poetic flex in the idea, and it does lend us to, again, leaving the question: do the 9 mighty songs mean something? Were they there? Was there a story in relation to them? They're spoken of terrible songs, or powerful songs, or awesome yet fearful songs he learns from Mimir. And then again, of course, it could relate to the idea that it was after, when he places Mimir on the the receiving end of time. Time flows from Earth's well, and it, descends into Mim's well or memory well, and he places him as a headstone there. So it's just interesting in this regards. I know some people had some confusion too about who's the son of Bolthorn or what. That's easy to clear up. That's Mimir, and it there is not much given on Baleful Thorn, other than it is Bestla's father, and he's an ancient Jotun of the Hrimthurser of Niflheim, and not the descendants of Ymir. So bear that in mind as well. That's the list of that joining of power that the gods have, is that the gods are created by the life-giving force of Adhumla, but they also have within them and aligned to them, and these Jotuns have the ability to align to order his mother, Bestla, and also his uncle, Mimir. So, but he's stating that the reason why he did the sacrifice is because he has been inspired or enticed to these great feats of initiatory wisdom that now has proceeded itself to grow more and more and more, incensed, if you will. Oh, yeah, because it's emphasized in 141 on the next page.
So I'll certainly, I don't know. I don't think there's much to interject there. Please feel free to go ahead and go into 41 if you would.
Yes. Again, this extends from 140 and explains exactly what I was saying, is that this is the start. This is the initiation. This is the ecstaticism, even within. It is the essence of the Lord of ecstaticism, the Furious One. And he says, then began I to thrive and wisdom to get. I grew and well I was. Each word led me on to another word. Each deed led me on to another deed. So here is the rolling tidal power of Lord Odin. And again, it's context within a time frame. I think, again, with referencing his mother, this would then, I think, kind of suggest that the songs, the 9 mighty songs that his uncle gives him, are given to him when he is young. And this would have cultural context. A lot of times back in more of the migrational or nomadic times of the Aryan people, if the father died, the raising of the son was placed upon the brother of the mother. This had more of a legality sense. It was a way to ensure that both sides could have an equal kind of power in the future of the menfolk of the tribe. So that's clearly a reflection there. Again, all familial ties are, again, reflections to our ancestors. Organizational sense of tribalness, and so it kind of contexts along with where the gods come from or go to or join with. But I did want to bring it that would make a great amount of sense that he would learn from his uncle, because this would be understood by our ancestors that the mother's family and the father's family had great influence. But if the father was to pass away, like in battle, then the uncle was expected to be the male role model and pass on those wisdoms. But he's always kind of, again, led to emphasize that. And it also keeps uniformity in the allegiances between the families, so that the son doesn't favor one family or the other. He's kind of given context that his father's family is close patrilineally, societally, but my mother's uncle is a male figure, and kind of lends to understanding her side of the family. So I guess, did you want to move, because like 142 and 143 are also kind of 140 to 143 are all kind of interconnected.
Yeah, if you could go ahead and just read through the totality of that.
Yeah,
all the way up to 44. Stop at 44 before you read it, if you would.
Okay. Yeah, so runes shalt thou find, and fateful signs that the king of singers colored. That's a very interesting kenning there. And the mighty gods have made full strong the signs, full mighty the signs, that the ruler of the gods doth write. Odin for the gods, Dowin for the elves, Dvalin for the dwarves, Alsvith for the giants, and all mankind, and some myself I wrote. So this is that last line is interesting to me, but let's digest some of this. The usage of the word the mighty, the king of singers, again referencing true Lord Odin as the Fimbulthulr, the loud or awesome singer of songs. This is where we kind of see perhaps the poet and kind of moving away from the context as from Lord Odin himself, is where you kind of see that separation there. It's another interesting thing to note is Alsvith, all swift, for the giants. The only time we see this name again for one of the names of the horses of Suna or Soul. And, is there a correlation between them? I don't think so. I think it's just
Fluffy has a plane in his bed.
Oh, you better go tell him to bring that down here.
So, a couple of things. First, Connor over on the side in the chat room says, for someone who grew up hating Bible study in church, you two gentlemen do an excellent job of making this interesting and relevant. Hey, thank you very much. We really appreciate the feedback. That's our hope, is that this is relevant to folks and it works. And as luck would have it, I have an interloper also. Hey, baby. Good night. Come hug.
Hey, darling.
I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Sleep good.
Hey, darling.
Mm-hmm. Wash her face. Somebody's been eating some chocolate, it appears, and so her face will be duly washed before she is put to bed. No, so what I was saying was a couple of things. First, thank you for the compliment. I hope it's interesting and engaging for folks, because that's important to us. This material isn't a scholastic exercise to better understand Old Norse culture. That's cool, and this does some of that. But no, this is a religious text. This is wisdom passed to us from the Allfather, and we want to make good use of that. We want to really digest it and get to the meat of it. And it's the entire Hávamál specifically is so very, very applicable to our life. And what we're getting to here is applicable a lot to our faith, more so than some of the other pieces. So that said, something I want to note is there's no suggestion that this is all of the mysteries of the universe. These are the mysteries. These are the songs that Lord Odin learned that he wants to share with mankind. But when it talks here about a bigger, it implies that there's so much more to know. He talks about the 9 songs that he learned from his uncle. He talks about the magical mead of inspiration that he won through his mead quest. He talks about, these magical signs that were written by the mighty gods, and some for the dwarves, some for the elves, some for the giants, some for mankind, and some he put together himself through his wisdom. So there's more to know. This is just a taste, but this is specifically our folks' inheritance from the Allfather that he's instructing us in here. The master of the runes, the Lord of victory, and the king of singers. So this is something we need to, pay heed to and realize kind of the gravity of. And we've still got a little bit to go before we get to the body of the rune songs. But I think it's really interesting and very informative to practice and how to approach the runes, how to approach the ritual gift cycle with our gods, and how to approach any kind of a magical endeavor. So, Svan, can you take us through 144, please?
Yes, I did want to make note. The bringers of the runes in relation to Odin for the gods, Dain for the elves, Dvalin for the dwarves, also for the giants and all mankind. One thing that's worth noting is I think this part of the poem is alluding to the conduits of spreading the knowledge. But it's also worth knowing that Dain and Dvalin, an Alfar and a Dvergar, are also 2 of the 4 stags that are mentioned as being within the branches of Yggdrasil, nibbling on the leaves. So, there is no context to that. I've been kind of just trying to really quickly look and see it, because I don't want to speak without absolutely, feeling confident in, like, perhaps there's maybe something I missed. There doesn't seem to be any relation in story to how, or if they are exactly the same, though I do think it seems kind of auspicious that 2 of them are mentioned here and then are also mentioned in the Grimnismal as being 2 of the hearts, and perhaps there is, or deer, and it's perhaps there is a story lost in there about the price of that gift, if you will. But no mention of Alsvith. Though again, Alsvith, the text I was wrong is all wise, not all swift. So wanted to kind of double back on that. This part here is an interesting one, and I think anybody who's interested in the carving of runes, the reading of runes, and the usage of runes, this has held a special place for me in my runic studies from my teacher. So the Old Norse, you might have, I've heard it in songs, a lot of songs actually. I think a couple of like Nordic bands cover it when they speak of it, because of the way it has that singy kind of repetition. But 144. Knowest how one shall write? Knowest how one shall read? Again, REDE, counsel. Knowest how one shall tint or color? Knowest how one makes trial Knowest how one shall ask, knowest how one shall offer, knowest how one shall send, knowest how one shall sacrifice. So in this, it can kind of be seen as does one know how to write them? Does one know how to counsel them? Does one know how to color them? Does one know how to ask of them or make of use or yes, I'll just say that. And then or then of asking of them or offering of them, sending them or sacrificing them. This kind of contexting, and Bellows' translations are a little bit different than what I'm used to, but are the kind of back and forth between what I was always kind of taught of as the receptive and projective powers of the runes, in which the forward thinking, or forward moving, forward acting, the idea of the carving, the blooding, the projecting, and then there's also the counseling, the reading, and the asking of them to guide oneself. So there's clearly some divinatory trialing placed in this. And again, I these are direct connections to the runes being utilized in magical ways that I have heard some people, even in our own community and or in the interwebs at large, is that there is no proof that the runes were used in this sense or that sense. And I mean, the entire context of this section of the Hávamál kind of, again, spits in the eye of a lot of that. And I think a lot of that comes from people just consistently trying to dissipate things, to break things down, or somehow get an aha on it, and have that cynicism or the delusionment. Again, works of the thyrser. And this clearly shows that is not the case. And again, when why would they, like, if you're not familiar with the runes, why would they say all of these things again? Or why is it being said by Lord Odin in the poem? And it's talking about the processes, and this might be a hidden sense of passing down knowledge, but again, in the form of asking, do you know how to write them, how to counsel them, how to color them? Because runes are often colored. That we have evidence of there being reddish coloring from a dye called red ochre. It's like a powder, and it survives in some of the engravings of runes. So generally, in I think a more stylized sense, it was seen as being colored. You might not see this in like the graffiti of Rome or like northern Scotland or what have you. But certainly on rune stones, you'll see that they were colored. So I really do feel like there is a great sense, as I was taught by my teacher, that this is the processes being passed down as a form of knowledge.
So Svan alluded to this a little bit. You may come across a lot of the well-actually crowd, as they push the glasses up the nose and make little trite, often just regurgitated trite remarks about some of these things. And I think that it's worth mentioning again that if your point is scholastic trivia about early Scandinavian peoples, sure, it's cool to find a little factoid and be like, aha, but I know something you don't know. But one of the things is, when you do that, you run the risk of taking things out of their context and their totality. We read our lore as religious knowledge passed down to us from our ancestors and ultimately from our gods. So we look at it with an entirely different eye. We hear it with different ears. And to do that, to any fair-minded person, it's clear that runes were used as magical incantations. It's clear that they were also carved, blooded, or colored in some other way. Written, that they were symbols. It's clear they were used to ask questions and to get answers. It's clear they were used for divinatory practice. It's clear they were used for all of these things. They were also used as healing charms, and the list doesn't stop there. All of these things are referenced in our lore, and we can find them. When someone tells you something that's a unique factoid, you have to take it and measure it against the context. And I think that all too often the well actually crowd doesn't do that, much less do they practice any sort of religious or esoteric usage of our runes. Both Svan and myself do. And so I think our insight into this is informed certainly in a different way than some of those other folks. It's very interesting this piece in specific, because it talks about the steps necessary to do this right. And it's hard because we don't have the perfect answer come down to us on all this. Nobody gave us an instruction manual of how to do rune work. So something that's interesting is in modern times, folks have had to re-experiment. Some folks have had to know how one makes trial of figuring these things out in order to construct our current runic practice. There's plenty of room to make it more perfect, but I know that many of us, myself included, have had very important results from showing due respect to the runes and piously and judiciously making use of them in certain occasions. So I offer that as well. And Svan, you were about to say?
One of the things to look at here in the translations is when you're veist du hver ristaskál, like the rista, then there is ráða, then there is fáa, and freyista, bithja, blóta, senda, and soa. These are the key words. And one of the things I wanted to bring up was that based on translations, and translations are always very funny because they can do different things, like again, tinting or painting or coloring. But rista is to carve or to write. Ráða is, of course, to counsel or to take heed from counsel. Fáa is to paint or to color. And the freyista was the one I was looking at, which kind of I thought odd. Make trial is what Bellows says, but the better, or I wouldn't say better. Let me just say kind of more or less the translation that I would look at is the usage of tempting or coaxing. So I wonder if coax would be a better word. Do you know how to coax them or tempt them or attract them, if you will? Attract their power? I find the translation of freyista to be interesting because it is like temptation or to coax or to coerce. And then the last one, knowest how one shall sacrifice. Soa in relation to bloter. A lot of us associate the word bloter with sacrifice. Soa kind of means to destroy. Now, it could have a context of destroying in a sacral sense, but it would be better to say that it is left to destruction, if you will. And speaking of that, I have been visited by a resistor of sleep, if you will, my son. Say hi.
Hi.
Wave. Oh, up here. All right. You gotta go upstairs and go to bed. You keep sneaking up. Go.
Bobby won't
I
get his phone.
I know. I'll deal with that later. So, again, I think it's very interesting that when we talk about these processes, so what could coax mean as preferring or as preference over to trial, or what have you, and then destruction, and I again, the removal of the runes, which is alluded to in Egil Skallagrimsson's saga in relation. There was a testament in there where he does healing runes on a whalebone after he looks at the runes that were written on them by another person, and he realizes that they were written wrongly, and that so that there's a definitive context, that there is a definitive sense in which the runes are utilized, that there isn't a kind of relativism to the runes. When he reads the bone, he says these are written wrongly, and these are the cause of your further illness. It's not the illness itself anymore. It's just the prolonging because of this. So he destroys those runes by carving them off into the fire. And then he carves new runes and bloods them, sings their songs, and then places the whalebone under her bed, to which she then is healed or cured. And I think that's, again, lending towards the idea that the runic, there is a runic kind of a substantiation of right and wrong in relation to. And I think this really kind of lends to it as well, is knowing how to do these proper steps in order to create the power of the runes versus not knowing how to do them and not having the full knowledge, perhaps causing more harm, or at least not getting the results or the desired sense of wisdom or things that you're trying to attain from them. And I think that's why these questions are being posed, is that, do you want the runes to, to bid their power? Then do you know how to write them? Do you know how to, to counsel them, and so on and so forth? So this is kind of setting context that the runes aren't relative. The mystery of them in and of themselves, though, leads us to down that path in a lot of different ways, as we were talking about before with the 18 runes and 19 runes and the elder Futharks and the younger Futharks, etc.
Okay, we will get to more of this here in a minute. I make no promise that we are going to get all the way through them, but we will get into them here in just a minute. I want to also mention, though, that we talk about the different runic systems. Some of these have developed at a later period because of necessity of linguistics and writing. They've evolved. The system that we are most familiar with is what's called the Elder Futhark. And Svan and I have done shows on that, but we're happy to answer any questions that might come about. That's the one we're most familiar with, and that is the one that I think lends itself the best to Galder work when it comes to chanting or intoning, certainly in the way that I do that. Each of these Armanen runes has a cognate rune in the Elder Futhark system. So as much as I see and respect the wisdom of the Armanen runes, when I want to sing these songs or these spells in a sung way, I sing them in their the way they come to us in the Elder Futhark, because they work better in intoning vibration. And all of this is a lot. You don't need to know all of this to read this piece of our lore, but it's stuff that I think is valuable to add. So much when it talks about songs or singing the runes, to me has to do with Galder work, and it has to do with vibration. And what it has to do is really has a lot to do with holding those vowel sounds. And I think that works best in the Elder Futh arc, or certainly that works best for me in the Elder Futh arc. The younger, it's hard for me to see that development as much more than a linguistic development with different sounds that were developed in as the language evolved. Similarly, with most of the Anglo-Saxon Futhorc, except for the mysterious Northumbrian Grail runes, so we can talk about them at a later time. But for esoteric value, I think the Elder Futhark and the Armanen are the system that are the most directly linked to magical practice. Although the medieval spells that you might see written in runes were most assuredly written in Younger Futhark. But I hope that enlightens more than it confuses. That being said, would you take us through 145, please?
Yes. So this is, again, an interesting one. Better no prayer than too big an offering. By thy getting measure thy gift. Better is none than too big a sacrifice. So Thund of old wrote, ere man's race began, where he rose on high when home he came. The reference here of again, giving properly as opposed to giving over much. Better no prayer than too big an offering. By thy getting measure thy gift. So does this, there's been a lot of turmoil around this stanza in relation to, is this implying again towards the runes, or was this an addition added in? Is this oftentimes what you'll hear is interpolation is kind of the scholastic word that's thrown around. Is this in reference to, and this again, I would say, like, let's look at it in context to the runes. Better no prayer than too big an offering, by getting the measure of thy gift. So basically, I've always taken this as it is better to give nothing, or to interact, or to sacrifice to, or create in usage of. It is better not to do that at all than to do it over much, because again, learning the gift of wisdom, the gift of understanding things brings, great sorrow. So the idea again is like, don't give if you don't understand what you are getting into. Because if you give nothing, if you do no offering, then you will not get the receiving end of those things, which is often, again, in large amounts, over knowledge and over understanding. Now, I'm just contextualizing this with the runes in relation to the other stanzas, but some people have argued that this doesn't, and it was kind of interpolated in. The other mystery of this is Thund of old. So Thunder, of course, means strength, and who Thund is an interesting. Most people would immediately go towards Lord Odin, but there's just some interesting usage of the words Theoda, or the people of yore, or the Theoda is like Theod, the nation of yore, the origin nation. And some people have, again, alluded to the idea that this might be another name for Heimdall, ere man's race began. But that adds, again, more to that. And we've mentioned and talked about that before with the Heimdall and Odin argument or notion. A lot of people take Thund to be Lord Odin, though. But again, it's just interesting to look into and come to some conclusions on your own. But as far as its placement, it kind of it doesn't sit completely. And let me see here. I have to be excused for just one moment to deal with my son.
No problem. Good luck with that. Tell him I said good night.
1 second. Yes,
So,
thank you.
I think a lot of this, both the previous stanzas and this current one we're on, are perhaps imperfect ways of communicating to us to take the runes seriously. That's a big thing, and I think that one thing folks who are new run the risk of doing, and I advise against all the time on here, but it's worth considering here, especially with all the warnings. I always advise against making perfect the enemy of good. It's very easy to not know for sure and not want to mess up, so you don't take those steps. And I think we've all, if you're pious and you're doing this with a reverence, it's very easy to do that and be intimidated on it. And I think that I don't think it should prevent you from doing things. I don't think you need to do this perfectly to make use, but I think you need to be cautious in general. I think when you are dealing with forces beyond your power and your dominion, and you are trying to call them into play for whatever purposes, there is a pious and a respectful way to do it that carries a lot of the right things. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it does have to be well intended. It does have to be informed by authentic wisdom and authentic intention, and not frivolity and silliness. And so much of the efficacy comes from if you're well grounded in it and you have a background in it. So I would say start slow in making use of the runes and understand them. Use them sparingly and make the things that you use them for important. Show a certain amount of respect towards that. And I think that's a lot of the advice in these two stanzas in particular, is like, take it serious. Svan already talked about the episode in Egil's saga about, somebody who didn't know what they're doing, causing more harm than healing with their attempted healing runes. So don't get cocky, and always stay pious and stay cautious and very intentional in your rune work is the advice that I would give. And I think that these stanzas are trying to make sink in. Svan has returned. It appears he won his battle. He has returned victorious.
Yeah, I saw a question just as I sat down that Mike said, if Lord Odin perished in his quest for the knowledge of the runes, would he have not given too much? Well, it's worth, again, like noting that the wording is that the gift will compare to the giving, if you will. And I think that's the paradox of a divine being, non-biological, divine, powerful God, Aus, interconnecting with that and sacrificing everything in order to see the strata of all is the equivalency. And it's never stated that the runes are that in seizing the runes, and he uses the runes to return unto himself, or that he returns unto himself because he is a god. It is, I think, just worth noting that the gift is equal to the giving, and in essence, he sacrifices himself to gain the runes, the gift themselves, and then he doesn't perish. So the equilibrium there is still there. Is that in order to glimpse the very fabric of the vibrational patterns and of all the in between the roots of the tree, he had to cease to be as he is, perhaps far greater than we can conceive, and then return again with that knowledge. I would say I don't think he overgave per se, and it doesn't necessarily say that it's kind of like saying it's better to ask for too little than too much, because rewards are always comparable to the gift. So it is better not to make too much sacrifice than to over sacrifice, because again, the compliance of the reward is often, what you're receiving, maybe much or over much, depending on. And again, I think this alludes to the idea of being over wise or over understanding of things brings sorrow, sadness. Wisdom brings an understanding that holds a lot of weight to it.
All right. With that, we will start to learn Odin's rune songs. Svan, can you take us through 146, please?
Yes. So 146. Better. Let me see. Oh, wait a minute. Mine are off. Huh. I was looking at Bellows' translation on another page, and the numbers are off. That's interesting. So 146. The songs I know. The word Lioth, meaning songs. This is referenced earlier with like Fimbulioth, as the terrible singer. So Lioth are kind of, again, there's been speculation on the usage of the word Lioth versus rune, or what that may mean. So the songs I know that kings' wives know not, nor men that are sons of men. The first is called help, and help it can bring thee in sorrow and pain and sickness. Of course, this is in reference to the first rune. Presumably, I mean, again, we're following based off of the Trecht of both the Younger Futhark, whether we're talking about the Younger Futhark in and of itself, if we're talking about the runic calendar with its 19 runes, if we're talking about the Armanen, the first rune is Fe. Fe is equivalent to Fehu, Feo in the Anglo-Saxon. It is the rune of bounty, the rune of plenty, the rune of warmth and growth. So Feu or Fe being this, I think, is quite fitting. I think it's interesting that the songs I know that kings' wives know not, nor men that are the sons of men. I always found that interesting. And again, the word king is not mentioned. It's Theoden's Kona. So it's the women of the people, or the daughters of, and I think that's in the Old Norse would have a better contexting would be, that I know the songs that the daughters of the folk, or the daughters of the people, or the daughters of generations do not know, nor do the generations of men know. And the first is called help. Hjälp. Quite directly, the word.
Yeah, I trying to the translation is odd, and I think Bellows translates it in a way that that's a little bit different than other translations I've seen, but that's just for the little lead-in portion. The help having to do with the mystery of Fehu or Fa is interesting. It's all of those things. It's energy and abundance and mobile or circulating wealth in terms of however you want to take that in a literal wealth sense, but certainly also in a circulation of power, circulation of vital energy, but a circulation. And I think that's extremely important. Yeah, and I don't know how, certainly let's jump in if there's stuff to offer, but if there's not, let's just kind of go through some of these. If you go ahead with 147.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, mainly because Bellows kind of, remarks about the manuscript. Let's see, in relation to 147 and the usage of it being missing and incomplete in the passage. And, again, referring to this part as Leothetal, or the song, the rune song section of the Hávamál. But Hollander offers an interesting translation, and I wanted to kind of compare that because there's two lines missing here. 147, a second I know that men shall need who leechcraft long to use. And there's two blanks, but here is an interesting Hollander. On the bark scratch them of bowl in the woods, upon the bows that bend towards the east. Bows, of course, meaning like or boughs, excuse me, like the branches. And I find that really, really interesting because that isn't really in any of the other translations. And now I want to know where Hollander, got that. But the biggest thing to understand is the word leechcraft is, and again, it's utilized in Old Norse, it's utilized in Anglo-Saxon, is absolutely 100% medicinal uses. The word in Old Norse is leiknar. Leiknar is like, again, the medicinal arts. And the reason why this goes all the way back, if anybody's familiar with languages, in Gutanish or Gothic, there is also the use of the word leech or leek, and that those two words in specifics have context to medicine. The leek, the garlic, the onion, and the usage of it most likely in the form of soup or broths, clearly have the healing context of these herbs are in relation to healing in and of itself, and of course to the body being called the lich or the lich. All of these having kind of context to each other. So if anybody's confused about why are they talking about the like blood sucking worms, that was used in medicinal practices, but they were named because of their use far later on The word leech itself meant medicinal, or the usage of medicine and the art of it. So this, of course, being the rune Uruz, if we're talking for one. And again, the rune of vitality and strength. This seems to fit quite straightforward.
It really does. And so I'll interject little pieces here when when people have asked me to do healing rites on them, or healing rituals, this has always been my go-to rune. Sometimes I will incorporate others into a runic sequence, but Ur, or Uruz, this rune of primal strength, of primal vitality and health of the aurochs, it's powerful. It's kind of universally accepted as being a healing rune, and I have found it to be effective in the times that I've made use of it in ritual. It has worked well for me in that sense. Yeah, and I think it's extremely powerful. Like we've mentioned before, it's the rune of the aurochs. It was really cool when I visited the National Museum in Copenhagen, Denmark. It's awesome because they don't like lock everything up and make it inaccessible to people. So I stumbled upon, kind of at random there in their prehistoric section, this skeleton of a young aurochs that was, I guess, drowned in a bog, and it was preserved. And it was, a downtime at the museum, and nobody else was around, and I was able to grab, but to touch this aurochs skull and to Galder Uruz into looking into the eye sockets of this aurochs skull, and it was really, I don't know, revitalizing. It was a really neat experience. But yeah, Uruz, the rune for healers.
I'm looking at some and translations on this next. I believe it's 149. Let's see. A third I know, if great is my need, of fetters to hold my foes. Blunt do I make my enemy's blade, nor bites his sword or staff. This is truly an interesting one. I find the usage of these words to be a little bit odd. One thing that's worth noting is that the word blade or sword is not used in the Old Norse. The word vaupen, which means weapon, and velur is kind of an interesting one in and of itself. That item, artifact, or I don't know. Again, it's direct usage towards a staff is kind of interesting, but the meaning of it is still the same. Is that it blunts and it bars the usage of the weapons of your foes. This is again the third song, in great need. If I need to fetter meaning to lock or to tighten or to bind, I bind my foes, I blunt their blades, and I make their weapons useless. And this, of course, lends towards the rune Thurizaz. the thorn rune, and the thirst rune, or the troll rune, sometimes it is referred to. This rune has generally an offensive sense. So one of the interesting things about it is the blunting and the binding. But it's worth noting that the thorn that's used to put Brunhilder to sleep, and or the thorn that kind of pins something down. So a thorn isn't always seen strictly as an offensive thing, but as a thing that kind of makes innate, or inert, or makes something suddenly, inactive, is clearly in the lore as well. So it doesn't always have to be. I've seen people like argue, or not argue, but just kind of context this, that it's odd that it's used in a sense of defense or a sense of binding. But if you look at it as a sense of being able to pin your foe or lock them into inertion, and also make that which they're holding inert, it does have context, especially with thorn symbology elsewhere in our lore. Did you want to move to the next?
Yeah, sorry guys. I'm trying to hunt down a picture while we're going through this. So if I'm looking odd into the camera, that's why I'm trying to search and see where I've hidden it. Yeah, let's go ahead and move on to the next one. I'd like to get done with at least the first 6 tonight, and kind of see where we're at.
So 149 lends to the 4th song. A 4th I know, if men shall fasten bonds on my bended legs. So great is the charm that forth I may go. The fetters spring from my feet, broken the bonds from my hands. This speaks of the song, and the 4th rune is correlated to it, is Ansus. This is, again, interesting because context of Ansus in other Futharks and other meanings has very little connection to the freeing of fetters or bonds. Some people simply take this as another form of in which it can exude, or that one of the biggest things that is mentioned about Lord Odin in context to fetters is he is the binder and the freer of fetters. And so there is a connection between Ansus and Odin and binding and freeing. So perhaps there is a context here that's linked. This rune is being spoken of as in its usage, or excuse me, this song is being spoken as in its usage. It has the ability to free or unbind the fetters of the legs and the arms. And that correspondent rune is Ansus. 150.
So a thing on Ansus for a second, and it's very, very interesting, and I think some of the meanings of it are really deep, with the idea that the rune for Odin specifically, but for the gods generally, is one of freeing from fetters, breaking you out of limitations and things that bind you. The key to that being our gods. And another thing, when you look at runes that derive off of and stem off of this, it also has the connection to the mouth, or to the estuary, the speaking, the projection of voice, breaking you free from things. And I think there's something to be said about that when voice so specifically has to do with being one of the root pieces of magic, speaking something into existence, incantation, the idea of taking thought and things from your head and manifesting it into the world, is very freeing. It liberates it liberates things that are often trapped inside, and you are able to free them into the world by speaking them into existence. So I think that there is a relevancy to speaking and to the magical power of voice, but I think most profoundly, obviously, is the connection to the All Father. But that's it. We can go on to number 50 or 150 now if you'd like.
I was reading some of the comments and just kind of trying to go back, because again, I'm on separate screens, so I have to go back and kind of like scroll back to look at some of the questions and then kind of pull back out again.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. 151. A sixth I know. If harm one seeks, with a sapling's roots to send me, the hero himself who wreaks his hate shall taste the ill ere I. Oh, did I thought it was at 151. I'm sorry. Did it again. Excuse me. Yeah, I should have known. Sorry. Rauth, the rune Rauth in the Younger Futhark. Raido is 150, the correspondence. A fifth I know, if I see from afar an arrow fly against the folk, it flies not so swift that I stop it not, if ever my eyes behold it. And this again is the song speaking out about the ability to stop an arrow from flying against and it is very interesting because it uses the word folk as opposed to perhaps I was thinking like a throng or an army or a host or a harrying group, but it specifically says that if it flies against the folk, that I can stop it if I only lay my eyes upon it. And that doesn't necessarily lend very well in Bellows' translation. Yeah. Sometimes people, let me see. I'm actually looking at one other thing is the usage of the word arrow and spear. Yeah, because neither spear or arrow is used. Scoted is the word. So very, very interesting. I would, looking at that, but the usage of the idea is that the fifth I know that, if someone wounds or throws a spear into the throng, never so fast it flies, but its flight I can stay once my eye lights upon it. The idea of being able to glimpse at whether it's a spear or an arrow, the offense towards the the folk, or Hollander's translation used the word throng, which is why, instantly started pinging off, what exactly is the usage. And again, okay, so there it goes. So it can't be an arrow, or it can be an arrow or a spear, because the usage of the word is shaft, the hafting of a shaft towards the folk, whether it would be a spear or an arrow. I don't know why I needed to know that immediately, but just got it. So,
But it,
yeah, I just need, because the word doesn't make sense. There, it isn't the word arrow, and it isn't the word spear. So why choose the word arrow or spear? Well, the word is the shaft or the haft of a weapon, thrown into the host or the folk. It cannot fly so fast as that I can stop it if I catch sight of it. And this
So-
kind of correlates to Raido with movement. Sorry, I was going to say the correlation with Raido with movement, and the idea of obstructing or the rune Raido is about movement and about the proper movement of things in the universe, and to be able to either obstruct or guide the movement of things, I think, is the connection that is related to this rune and this poem.
Absolutely. Rhytho being the right action at the right time. I've talked a lot about one of the key elements in, I don't know, the art of living, but very specifically in terms of esoteric work. And, Rhytho is the rune of our priesthood. The idea of being in sync with the flow of the universe, with being positioned correctly within weird, gives you it allows you to see synchronicities and things coming towards you. It allows you to have a sense of what goes on around you. And I think that is a lot of the key to anticipating the assaults of your enemy, seeing them and reacting to them before they make impact. Because the more you in tune your life with the right flow of things and the flow of weird, the more you are able to see or feel things coming and brace yourself or step aside or do whatever might be necessary to avoid those things. So the idea of being part of that flow of synchronicity, of seeing what's coming and perceiving things before they hit, is very important to that. And I think that's a part of that mystery.
We're moving to 151, and this is the one I jumped to, and again, the usage of a word is driving me insane.
That's okay. That's the last one we're going to cover tonight.
Okay, so this last one, again, as another runic mystery that a lot of people contend in different camps when it comes to this. I think this is one of the first really, truly controversial runes, if you will. But let's go with correspondence is Korn in the younger Futhark, and that's the reason why I'm using those runic names as opposed to Kenaz, because again, contexting this to the Old Norse, a sixth I know, if harm one seeks, with a sapling's roots to send me, the hero himself who wreaks his hate shall taste the ill, not I. Or ere I is what he says, but not I. Now, this has a little bit of context to understand. With the sapling's roots to send me, this is most likely referring to the usage of roots and branches in relation to beneficial spells. Again, runic usage. And it's so funny because I'm thinking like some of the audience might understand like how the runes kind of correspond. I think we have brought much of the divinity usage of the runes, but I think there is a applying it to our piety and to our worship. But the usage of runes on a secondary sense was that it was clearly connected to the works of magics and kind of has almost its own mysteries within the religion itself. Or some would argue maybe it's not within the religion, but kind of a subtext. But with a sapling's roots to send me, this is more or less speaking of casting of a curse or something of ill. The usage of roots as opposed to the light touched boughs, the dark under roots, the things that bind, the things that hold. So carving these runes upon the root or carving curses upon the root and sending it. The person who knows this song will not be harmed, but will return the harm to the cursor, is what this stanza is basically saying. So this again corresponds to the rune Korn or Kenaz. And if you look at Kenaz, a lot of folks today, and most people I think relate this rune to the torch in the Anglo-Saxon, but in the younger Futhark and in the Gothic language, this rune is called, in the Gothic language, it's called kusma. Kusma means a bump, a boil, or a brand, a sore. And again, this alludes the same in the younger Futhark, in which it is mentioned as the house of rotting flesh and the baleful sickness beneath the roof. So this does have this rune has a lot of connotations towards curse, sickness, and again, the usage of the blister or the boil as being a product of that maleficent energy is often correlated. The idea of being bit or shot or wounded by this magic and then it manifesting a physical bump is clearly established in relation to the lore of this. It's funny because most people think of Kenaz, they think of the torch, they think of creation, and that mainly comes from the Anglo-Saxon theater of this rune. The others, it talks predominantly about the baleful flesh and the wound. I think it's also worth noting, though, that the torch and the brand or boil, again, are associations with heat and with energy and with transformation and change. But in this case, it's specifically honing in on if somebody curses at you, you turn it against them and they get the curse they tried to send on you.
All right. Now, we've digested quite a bit. I think tonight we've made a good chunk of the way through. This is 1/3 of the way through the rune songs. And from here, I'd like to go ahead and get to the extra questions that we have and see where that takes us. So let's see what we haven't answered yet here. 1 second. All right. So way back when, we've got a question from Avocado Toast. Have you guys tried partnering with the Midwest Food Bank? The NGO I work with gets most of our supplies from them. They help smaller NGOs provide food to local charities and stuff like that. Midwest is a broad thing. I would ask, like, where is that located? It's certainly something we could look into if it helps the areas we need. One of the realities of doing this from our HOFs, and our HOFs are what allow us to do it. It gives us a physical location to make these things happen. But it means that the food charities need to service that area and be a source in that area. So if it's widespread and there's an outlet near Murdoch, Minnesota, I think that's the only of our HOFs that would kind of fit that category. But if it's near one of our HOFs, we'd absolutely love to look into something like that. If you know more, please let me know. So we also have a question from Finn Wraith, and this is back when we were talking about offerings. I was following one, somebody had asked a question about what if you didn't want to offer alcohol, maybe you wanted to offer juice. And he says, what about offering something that has a family history? Like, what if I offered the juice my grandmother used to make? I think that is the best. If you, and it's meaningful as an offering to the gods, it's perhaps even more so offering to one of your ancestors. If you have something that you know one of your ancestors cared for, or that was special to you and your family, or special to an experience you had with them, that's the best choice of a liquid to make offerings with. If you're offering to the gods and your family, has long been involved in, you guys got some special family drink you guys do, I think that's also a really, really good choice. The gods don't need to get buzzed off of, whatever beverage we're providing them. That's not the point. The point is that we're offering them something that's thoughtful and that's special and that brings honor to them. Giving them something that has a deep meaning to you, I think fundamentally is a better tool to imbue with your spiritual might in that offering. And that's what we want from that's what the gods get from the offering, is that spiritual might that you put into it, the thought, the love, the intention, the worship, the energy from yourself that you can generate and send. And that's done in a really special way if it's something that's special to whoever you're offering it to, or something that is very special to you and where you come from. So I think that's the best choice. So this one I'll let you go ahead and take a swing at here, Svan. It's a question to both of us from Lydia. Can you both talk about weird and its original meaning? So could you give people kind of the primer into that if they haven't heard it before, and then, kind of narrow into your question?
Yeah, weird, and the word orlaw in Old Norse are, in essence, the same word. One is Anglo-Saxon in origin, the other is Old Norse in origin, and they both lend towards the idea of the starting of things in the past. All actions, all deeds, and their interactions with each other has created, in essence, a ripple effect of actions, reactions, and a sense of destiny is filled out in this way from the origin. But it has expounded over the years in a modern sense that these two words kind of are used interchangeably in our culture, but they're also can be seen as separate, or perhaps different words that fit for better dissection of such a broad thing. So weird would be kind of seen as the actions and the effects of things that we do in our life, the manifestation of our will in the forward movement of us as individuals, everyone having this. Orlog is inherited effect that's kind of brought about to you from multiple sources, and it's not just inherited, like, say, in the earthly sense of your fathers, though it does have that context, but it also has context towards the might and towards the luck and the boon given to your bloodline by your ancestors, by the gods, or the bane and the bale that may have befallen on people before you, perhaps if they were marked by the gods befitting of doom, that this kind of creates this gulf that you have to kind of cross. It's in essence the inheritance of many, many factors, the culmination of weird leading up to you, and then weird itself is kind of like your part in the orlog to come for those that are descended from you, if you will, is the best way to kind of look at it. But I can understand the confusion because they are used interchangeably, and there is a lot of, again, why don't we just use orlaw? Why don't we just use weird? Is again because we use English words and we use Old Norse words, and they now have kind of been contextualized to better fit certain things. But it is fate mixed with your will, and then also the ultimate results of that. And it originates from the Nornir. The Nornir at the well, Earth's well, is that origination point of it is the Orlaw, the origination point of flowing, and it flows out and through. And weird is, I would say, like the individual and their actions that create the Orlaw for the future.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what all would be added. Yeah, it means fate. It means the woven tapestry of cause and effect. That's a heavy part of it. Also, destiny and pieces set into place by the gods, by your ancestors, and by willful actions that you've taken. But it very much has to do with excuse me, the web of fate as it affects the cause and so, and I'm trying to think of the way to do this. When I do a runic pull for a naming ceremony, I pull a rune representing that which predates the child. And I draw a rune representing the present circumstance in that child's life. And not just the present, but that child's present as that child progresses through the early stages of their life. And then I draw one from Mother Skuld. And the idea is it's what should happen. Not what will happen, not what must happen, but a directionality based on these other elements of weird interacting and interweaving with one another. And I know that's an imprecise way to describe it, but past action, destiny, and the course that you're set on, which we've come to term your initial hand you're dealt as Orlog, and then the development of that through your life, the tapestry that you weave through your actions, through your intentions and your alignments, as weird. Fundamentally, they're the same word, but we tend to refer to the one that way and the other the next way. So the first two runes of that pull, the past and your present, weave together a pattern that goes into your future. Now, you can drastically alter that pattern if something ugly is developing and you see it coming and you know the mystery of Rhytho and you want to stave off that future and have something better, absolutely. But fundamentally, it's the way events are woven to bring you towards a destination. And I think that's the closest we're going to get. We use it a lot to describe when we see moments of synchronicity. It's like seeing the fibers in the web of weird. And it's very much visually likened to a tapestry being woven. So when we see glimpses of that pattern, when we see glimpses of patterning, we refer to that as weird. It's one of those, it's become kind of a joke, but also something serious amongst us, is the law speaker always, scolds folks if they use weird casually. But so we make a distinction between, because something is strange or odd or whatnot, we don't want to describe that as weird. That sense of strangeness originally to our ancestors meant something greater metaphysically. It meant a moment of synchronicity or a moment of something special taking place and drawing things together in a way. Seeing a glimpse of the pattern in the tapestry. Wow, that was very weird. Svan's encounter with, the one-eyed homeless guy, the wolf of whatever, that was weird. It was weird in whatever sense of the word you want to use, but very specifically, it was an appropriate use because that seemed to mean more than just the casual sum of its parts. That's, I think, the best that I've got to describe that.
I just wanted to point out too, sometimes when you write the word weird, it comes out, if you're doing autocorrect or whatever, it is the typical spelling, but the spelling that's most common in usage in our culture is WYRD. And the spelling of the Old Norse word is our law. The G is not fully, it's not a hard G. It's, again, referencing to so it kind of means the primal, it's referred to as the primal layers, but it's the ancient law. It's that which is started. So again, our law has, I think, connections all the way back to the source of the Nornir, and weird is that which we make. And I made reference to the runes. If the web or the bindings and the vibrations of all actions and all movement in the universe are coalescing to create convergence with each other, like a web, each being a strand connecting joints as we move. The spaces in between that hold that structure are the patterns that are created by those frequencies, those vibrations, those movements. That is the structure that I believe the runes are, in my closest summation of what that might be. But yeah, again, the spelling gets a lot of confusion just with the word weird, but also our law. Our law is one that you hear people generally say orlog, and I just wanted to cover that as well.
All right. Next up, we've got this is from Bruce. You spoke on Stephen Flowers / Edred Thorson. What are your thoughts on his books? Svan, if you'd like to go first on that.
I mean, I don't make any comments that deviate away from the value of his books. I've been a practitioner of runic studies for a long time. It was what got me into the faith. It brought me to the faith. And it was predominantly through Dr. Stephen Flowers' books under the pen name Edred Thorson. There are some I can clearly see. Perhaps he's placing them out there. I don't know, maybe to gain money. The small little pamphlet books and things like that. But then there are other books that are of his are of immense value. Immense value. And one of my favorites, I think, to give you a broad scope of runes just in general, is actually Rune Lore. That book gives you you are here on the map in relation to the runes. It explains so much. If you read this book, and it gives you the understanding of what the Kelver stone is versus the Vatstena Brekte. It gives you the idea of how the Goths used their runes and how the Old Norse used their runes and the Anglo-Saxons. And it's very, very broad, though. It's not super detailed, and it doesn't go into the mysteries. It just gives you everything you need to know. This is like runes. This is what you need to know between as far back as we know to right now. And that's a great book. But there's a lot of other books that Futhark is a great one. Was it Nine Doors of Midgard and At the Well of Weird are phenomenal books. So depending on what you're trying to do, one book might be dedicated toward divination. The other is dedicated towards, carving and projecting willful manifestation of the runes into your life. He covers a lot of that. Some books he's put all of those together. So I'm a huge fan of them. I'm a huge fan of him and Nigel Pennick. Those two are my go-tos when it comes to runic studies.
Yeah, I think that Edred is the foremost expert on runes. I think he's the foremost rune master, certainly in modern times. And I'm throwing it out there. Besides Odin himself, I don't know that anyone else can claim to know more of the runes or more about the runes or be a greater rune master than Edred. He has literally devoted his entire, his life and his study to exploration of the runes, both scholastically and operatively, since the 1970s. And as far as I know, continues to do so to this day. And I say that, and that may seem like a ridiculous claim, but in one moment in time, he is able to study and learn about and internalize and experiment with and digest runic lore from across centuries, across continents, across languages, in a way that the rune masters of our ancient ancestors didn't have access to. The internet has been a huge advancement, but just the collected scholastic works in the libraries that he's been a part of. He is a PhD in Germanic studies and Germanic languages, and was an acting professor for a long time in those fields. His work on runes is basically the fundamental works that we have in this day and age. The Secret of the Runes by Meister Guido von List, what, 60, almost 70 years prior is, was the definitive guide up to that point. Edred's Futhark, Rune Lore, Alu is another very good one. Those are so, and the Nine Doors of Midgard, those are so very, very good, and they're the best work that we have on the subject. So here's the thing. He has completely tried to incorporate Germanic and ancient Nordic things into his mind, that he's written on a lot of different subjects that deviate from just the runes. His rune work is indispensable, but he's written a lot of other good things. Mysteries of the Goths is a really good one. It's kind of an unsung one. It's a little book, but it was really neat, and I really liked it when I read it. Yeah, a lot of his stuff is really good. As Svan mentioned, he makes a lot of things lately that he would term books that are, very small little pamphlets. So buyer beware, look at the page count so you know what you're getting. They're not bad. They're just small. But yeah, his stuff is invaluable. It's where it's the source of most of our fundamental understanding to get involved in the runes and to understand them in an initial way. So his contribution to runes and runic studies can't be overstated, and I'll say that. The next one's kind of an interesting one, and I'm wondering if you might have more to add on this. Finn Wraith asks, does the Easter Bunny have a pagan origin, and is it in any way related to Asatru? What say you, Svan?
Yes. And yes. First and foremost, I think that it's a cultural symbol that has lasted through any context of Christianity that has been placed on it. It's like Christianity clearly veneers itself over certain holy tides, and the rabbit is, again, the symbol of the springtime, the time in which they start reproducing. There is Hasenpfeffer being kind of traditionally eaten in spring, and it's, if you really, the one time in which you see them the most is at the dawn. Excuse me, when the turning of the dark towards the light, you see the rabbits out there. I think it's again, it's the word or the month for in the Anglo-Saxon was 3 milk month, and that doesn't, you can't contextualize that in symbology, and so you find other symbology that's clearly pre-Christian European, and that is the rabbits and the eggs, and then the rabbit kind of as a symbol of luck and as a symbol of bounty, and the egg too as a symbol of bounty, as a symbol of protection. Clearly did not come from a vacuum and did not come from Christianity, but came from the predecessing faith that they veneered over. But it's not necessarily written. There's no source saying, that the Anglo-Saxons or the the Nordic folk or the Central Europeans, celebrated this time by dawning, with rabbits. But it's the same with like boughs of holly and the Yule tree and the Yule log. These things aren't really mentioned. They're kind of unspokenly known. And that's one of the coolest things about them, is because they could not be eradicated. They could not be written out. It's simply continued on. And that's the biggest course of it. So is the rabbit connected to Asatru? Well, in the Asatru Folk Assembly, we give honor to Ostara as a divine being. And like Odin perhaps having symbology of the raven or the wolf or the horse, the rabbit is just as much a symbolic meaning to Ostara. There is a subtle difference, of course, because of the primal nature of those animals in relation to Lord Odin and what that might mean. But the rabbit being a symbol of spring in relation to Ostara and her opening the gates to let the warmth forward is clearly there. Same with the eggs, because if you own chickens, which I do, yeah, they're laying because the daylight is getting longer and longer, or the dawn is coming sooner and sooner. So the egg is another great example of symbology connected to Ostara and her cosmological machinations. We could pray to Ostara every day before the sun comes up, but this is the time that's really focused on what's happening, is the turning from wintertide to summertide. Yeah, ancestral memory. Hunter Thayer really kind of keyed in on it. Yeah, this is kind of cultural memory and ancestral memory, and they're so strong they can't be stopped, they can't be eradicated. So they were just kind of melded in. The church saw it as being benign enough that they left it to be.
So
And,
it's a bit of a the answer is not pleasing. So is the Easter Bunny pagan in origin? Absolutely. You will not find the Easter Bunny mentioned in the Gospels. It is not mentioned in the accounts of the crucifixion. The Easter Bunny didn't like roll back the stone or find. So first, yes, it is clearly pagan because it is not Jewish in origin or like Greek Christian in origin. It's very obviously pagan. Exactly where? That's the question. Yes, Svan, covered it very thoroughly, but we give worship to the goddess Ostara, who is the dawn goddess, who is the spring goddess, and in that way, the fertility, the waking up of new life goddess. And you see the European imagery of Easter all having to do with that. You see very little Jesus. You see very much a bunny with some colorful eggs, and you see lambs. Jesus is the Lamb of God, perhaps, but the lamb is also a potent symbol of new life, the rebirth of herds. So those symbols of fecundity and rebirth. We all know about the fecundity of rabbits and their reputation for that. And anybody who's in an area with a lot of rabbits, you see them go through cycles where they're just abundant. A rabbit that lays eggs is, the ultimate mashup of these symbols of new life in the springtime. And yeah, none of that is remotely Middle Eastern or Hebrew in origin at all. But then, okay, cool. So where did it come from? And that's the part that's not pleasing. There's no great aha, you see, the Easter Bunny is a holdover from, this ancient Bavarian festival of, we don't have that in specifics of exactly where the Easter Bunny comes from. There's been a lot of speculation. I know that Jacob Grimm had some ideas on it, but there's never been a really conclusive origin story for the Easter Bunny, other than very early on in any kind of study about it, it got kind of pushed together with the goddess Ostara as kind of her familiar, her token animal that's seen with her. You know, the raven is to Odin as the bunny is to Ostara, and that's the closest that we've got. But certainly those European symbols of fertility, that's all Asatru. Whether you can find it in the Eddas or not isn't the point. It's part of the folk religion of our ancestors, certainly, and it was such an important part that it's the holy tide that they were able to alter the least when they were forcing conversion on our ancestors. It remains with the anglicized version of the goddess that was worshipped. Like, that's the easiest thing to do, is to change the name of something. Keep doing all the same stuff. We're just going to call it, Happy Jesus Time. They couldn't even do that with this holiday because it was so very ingrained. And I think that's a testament to the antiquity of the worship and to the power that it had for our folk. But, a lot of that is reasoned speculation from the material that we have, but there's no. In the city of, Breakfast Garden, there was this bunny one time in 765, and that's where it comes from. But it is clearly of European pagan origins. Our next question. Okay. Viking Sharia has a question. Since this stanza, 148, and we should have gotten it back then. I'm sorry, Viking Sharia. I did not see it at the time. I apologize. The Fetters and Blunted Blade rune song has a martial connection. I have a question. When looking for martial arts training in rural areas, you find a lot of Christ is first karate type stuff. Are there any states where you have groups of AFA members that practice and teach martial arts? Thanks. What do you know of? So, yes, there are places that AFA members have come together, sometimes come together, do come together to do a little dabbling in martial arts here and there. It's something that I am absolutely going to do, assuming that I get my black belt in time, and I'm going to do this at Sigerheim when I move there with my family. Is those of us there who want to participate, I'd like to instruct in Danzenru Jiu-Jitsu. Getting close. I got my brown belt. I'm on it. They keep kind of telling me any day now. There's a variety of suggestions of why we're taking our time with it. But yeah, if I can accomplish that, and I'm confident I will, I'm certainly going to give it my all. Then I would like to instruct there. We have also a Danzenru martial arts jiu-jitsu black belt in folk builder Bobby Shotwell, who teaches a little something once a month at Thorshoff, and that's been going for a few months now, and that's been kind of a cool thing people have participated in. So there's a couple little groups of people, but I don't think we've got a steady formal group of it going on as much as we would like to, but I do see that changing in the relatively near future. Do you know of anything I don't know on that, Svan?
No, you covered that. I mean, the jiu-jitsu at Thorshoff is, that's where I'm at. So that is there. I think in the past too, we've had people kind of do things perhaps at tournaments and training at a school, and they kind of reference it back, showing interest. But as far as organizing those, that seems to be it right now.
All right. Next, and just to mention, a great many of us practice martial arts and study martial arts independently, we are in a time where the AFA is overcoming the problem of distance. We're to a point of membership density now where we're able to have groups of people doing stuff together on a regular basis for these kind of things, where in the past we're so spread out that that was less available. We see that with kids actually doing field trips now in the Asatru Academy, our homeschool program. We also see it with some of our people kind of getting together and going to the gym together, training martial arts together, getting those things figured out. But that's still in the very early stages. But a lot of us have been involved in martial arts and continue to be. We got a question from Nick. Since we sort of assigned a rune in Elder Futhark order to the Hoffs, do you feel any part of those runes have employed themselves at the specific Hoffs? And if so, how might you see Raido applying to Freyshoff and Kinaz to Tiershoff? No, not really. I don't know that I've seen those in overt ways. Part of it is the runic structure, the runes for mankind, the Elder Futhark, are the forces that have shaped our existence. So it's thought that chanting a complete cycle of them or employing the totality of the Futhark is like restructuring or building the world. It's kind of a full, as opposed to a very specific rune for a very specific purpose. It's part of rebuilding the cosmos in the right way, rebuilding our cosmos in the right way, or aligning our cosmos with the right order of things. Assigning each of those runes to our Hoffs until we complete the Futhark is part of that process of rebuilding. We're rebuilding the golden age within the husk of the wolf age that we live in. We're rebuilding Asatru. We're taking our part in that cycle and that rebuilding. That's much more what assigning those runes is about. It's setting up the chessboard again and putting the pieces back on the table, as it were. Specifically, though, I'll say with Kinaz and Tiershoff, the idea of that torch of inspiration lighting the way for what's possible and what our folk can do. That's very much what the intention is at Sigerheim, where Tiershoff is going to be located. It's very much something we're fully invested in, and it was fortuitous, and it was the last rune drawn in the rune draw that I did for the naming of the AFA sword, which is to be housed at Tiershoff, in which we did on the ground that we'll build Tiershoff upon. And that was, I thought that was auspicious. Svan, have you taken note of any runic connections with the Hoffs that have the rune order so far?
I think that much of the flow of the other Hoffs does come from Odin's Hoff and a lot of the ground that it broke to kind of lend things, and Thor's Hoff being the needing the most kind of strength in a time of deficit and in some of the auspicious sense. And then Baldur's Hoff, meeting great resistance or having to fight and to make itself known and stand. I think there's a loose kind of poetic sense to each rune, but that's just me finding patterns as we go. As far as for Freyshoff, the correlation of, I think the biggest thing for Freyshoff and Roth, the rune itself, is that connections to cycles. There is a, horses and cycles are definitely connected to Lord Frey, especially in relation to the time of Charming of the Plow on to Freyfaxi. That cycle right there, that arc is really, really important. And as far as, again, Kenaz with Tirshoff, I think the beacon is being lit. It is also kind of the central point of all the gods, and as far as the list goes, so that temple being the beacon or the light, the standard that is that will be Sigerheim, I think is important as well. But that's just, again, like I said, me reading into patterns.
And so we haven't mentioned it on this show. We talked about runes tonight. I think it's worth reiterating. One of the special things about runes is they serve as a lens to see weird through. Because our tendency to pick out patterns, if we go into a Hoff scenario with a rune in mind, it helps us frame things in those terms, and it helps us to think runically and to align our thoughts with the structure of the universe in a special way. So that's not illegitimate. It is a completely legitimate use of runes. It's just not, everything's a sign from the gods. It's you attuning yourself to weird, to where you're seeing life and the world that you live in through a runic lens. And that's completely appropriate thing to do. And it's really kind of a special thing to do. Avocado Toast says, and also she thanked us for our answer about rune, or about a weird rather. I'm glad. I hope it made sense. It's kind of a confusing thing to fully grasp for all of us. So I hope that was useful. She says, how have you built the courage to be so open and public about your faith? The world is so hostile and woke now, and it feels scary to publicly go against the grain. I have so much respect for you guys. First, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. First, I'm not going to lie, it can be scary. One of the really important values in Asatru is having the courage to do the right thing and to overcome your fears. And it doesn't just mean to go out and seek out problems, but to do the right thing and to live authentically. And this may seem like a poor example, but it's like people who are in a relationship they can't talk about, or that's inappropriate, or that's secret for whatever other reason. You've got something that you're so passionate about and so excited about, but you can't share it with the world. You can't speak on it. You feel guilty and dirty for some reason about it. That's not how we're meant to live. You're meant to embrace stuff and say it proudly. If it's something you're proud of, something that's important to you and fundamental to who you are, your life is missing out if you can't fully embrace that and be part of it. If you don't, Asatru's not trying to be anybody's side chick. That's not what we're doing. This is what we believe. This is part of our life. And we should feel completely free to embrace that and weave our life around it. And I know the world doesn't always work that way, but here in the United States, at least, we can. And we have that right. And it doesn't mean that we don't and you can't face social consequences or other consequences for it. You can. And many people have. But it's still the right thing to do. And I found, I mentioned this earlier when we're talking about weird and when we're talking about rhytho and getting in the right flow of things. I have tried every way I can to make this who I am and part of what all of the aspects of my life. I don't have, these friends over here, but they don't know about what I do. And I've got family, but I don't tell my family because, it's odd and it'll have a strange conversation I don't want to have. And, I just do this on the side, but my wife does her own thing as a Christian. And then no, I don't have any of that. I met my wife through the AFA. We built a family in Asatru around our gods and our faith. My very best friends are people like Svan here that I share this with. I've tried to weave Asatru into all aspects of my life, and everything is so much better when you do that because all the pieces can match up and you don't have to live inauthentically. Everything synergizes and works together. And to whatever degree you're able to do that, I would encourage everybody to do that to the best of your ability. The closer you are to doing that and to living a holistic existence that's authentic and that's true to yourself and your gods, the better everything will be. And I strongly, strongly believe that. Svan, do you have anything to offer on how you got to be so courageous to be so open about this?
I have to say that I've not had a negative experience in most relations. I know that I live in the South and I live in the Bible Belt, if you will, but the general sense that I've often run into is that people are very intrigued. They are also intrinsically connected to it, or they feel that it's not so strange or off-putting. A lot of the folk that I run into, and I talk to them about this, or they ask me about the hammer, I reach, really good conversation levels with them that never really kind of broach, even when they're. I just recently had a client who is a, devoutly practicing German Catholic, and came into the Catholic faith through his long-standing relation with his family, and he's second generation American. But when he didn't know about my faith, and he asked at my shop. I have a small shrine or steading to Lord Odin there at the shop, and he asked me about it, and I told him. And at first, I was wondering where this was going to go, especially like 5 minutes into the conversation. He's like, "Well, I'm a really staunch Catholic," and I was like, "Okay, well, I don't. Is I might never see this guy again." And then it turned out to be really, really good. It turned out to be an eye-opening experience for him, and kind of a removal of a lot of reservations sometimes that I have when talking with my clients about things. I don't want to keep them in the dark, and I don't want to be dishonest with them. And if I'm willing to place a shrine to one of the gods in my shop, that's clearly going to cause conversation. And I think that I would rather give faith and piety and honor and worthfulness to my gods than not, for the sake of sparing someone's feelings or someone's mental inclinations. I'd rather build that relationship between the gods and me openly than not. But again, some people have different situations. I don't know where you're living or what you're perhaps dealing with in regards to that. But I definitely think that taking that step forward and being open, or sometimes you can even do it with a certain sense of modesty that can easily come along with it as well. If you're just because you don something doesn't necessarily mean you have to scream it in people's faces. I think that a lot of people get edgy and want to, oh, look at me and so on and so forth. If you feel the sense of being modest about it and your faith, simply wearing something small but out in the open and really make it about your connection to the gods, not necessarily your need to explain to anyone about anything. So if it's a testament or a movement towards marking your faith and being closer to the gods, that's the perfect reason to do it. But again, you don't have to wear, some Timu hammers on Eddie Bauer shirt with, swirling sun and rods and I'm just joking now. I'm just making sure that people are still paying
Timu stuff always looks cool when it shows up as an ad. I'm a little bit scared to
the end result.
Test that. A little bit scared to test that the prices are kind of too good to be true. So
I would say just keep context of why you want to show your faith. If you're showing your faith to get reactions, that's not the right way. But if you want to build
a little bit, and I would invite, no pressure, but I'd invite you avocado toast and anybody else who is listening to this and feels disconnected and alone. If you're not a member of the AFA, why not? And if the answer is you're still looking into it or you've got questions or you're not sure yet, that's okay. Please feel free to come by and ask us questions, or, you can email, or any of us would be really happy to answer any of them. And if it's not that, it's something else, it'd be cool to get it resolved and get you part of the team. We're doing amazing things. We're doing it together. And the first step is to join and get with some folks in your area. We've got people all across the country. You might be curious. You mentioned that your people are in the DC area. So Nick can probably throw the link up here to the website for the Hof closest to you. That's your Hof district. That's going to be Thorshof. And it's www.thorshof.com. That's going to talk about folks in your area. We've got a folk builder relatively close to you. We got kind of folk builders on either side. We've got Svan down in Virginia. So, all things considered, not terribly far from you. But yeah, I highly invite you to check us out and see if it's something that you might want to get involved in. And if you do, love to see you join. And that goes for anybody out there that's listening to this. We invite you to be a part of this. You don't have to be alone. We're doing great things together. And when we're united in this, we accomplish some truly amazing things. So I just wanted to put that out there. Next up, we've got this one's for you, Svan. This is about your ravenous need for rotten fish. There's a stereotype that Nordics, particularly Icelanders, have a special liking for preserved fish. Do you fit that stereotype?
I got one foot in the preserved fish camp and the other in the deep fried southern fish camp. I'm not again, you didn't say shark, he said fish. No, I definitely have a hankering for sweetened pickled herring. It is delicious. If you've never had it and you like fish, it is amazing. Sweet onions and wine sauce on pumpernickel bread. That's the deal. That is thoroughly Icelandic, and have a shot of lisi with it, some cod liver oil, which I still take in the morning. That's a big thing for us as well as taking cod liver oil. But at the other side, I'm absolutely like, I love fried catfish and croaker and spot here in the Chesapeake Bay and all of that. But don't usually eat those fermented or anything like that. So yes, I guess the stereotype sticks, but the how coddle is, I'll pass.
So yeah, the rotten shark's gross. The sweet pickle, when you have me at sweet, I got a sweet tooth. The sweet pickled herring with the wine sauce on pumpernickel. If it's I have a hard time finding really funky pumpernickel, and so I like a pumpernickel I can really taste the pumpernickel. But that sounds amazing. I'm all for some of that, but it's hard when you juxtapose it to the best of all fish, which is fried catfish. I can eat my weight in fried catfish and your weight too. Fried catfish might be my favorite thing. If not, it's top 5 easy.
No, like the etymology of it.
Mm-hmm. Fart goblin sounds it. I don't care. It's delicious, but I appreciate your side note on that. That makes it even more fun.
That's great. I gotta look that up. Leave it to the Germans to throw in that. So you want to slice a fart goblin?
Imagine that's something to do with the yeast fermenting process making it, but
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe it gives you gas. I've not experienced that, but it's always the first.
I've never had. A very common breakfast in Iceland is like thin sliced, very very hard. It's not. It's like breaks apart. It's not very malleable. With butter, and then the pickled herring on top is really, really good. And I can't go on enough about the usage of drinking, or like they make pills, but in Iceland we like drink them in little teeny cups or in spoonfuls of cod liver oil. Very, very good for you.
So I want to mention this too, and I don't want to push. Avocado toast. Awesome. I'm glad you're going to talk to somebody next week. Folks would love to talk to you. Please stick to that. I would be remiss if I didn't mention next week we are having our big celebration of the year at Thorshof, which is your closest Hof. It's down in North Carolina. It's a little bit of a haul for you, but it's amazing. It is your best opportunity to get the full AFA experience. If you have an interest, you're welcome to come check it out. If that's something you'd like to do, you don't have to be a member. You just need to talk to one of the folk builders and they can get you squared away. I'm just throwing it out there as an invitation. You can take it at whatever pace you'd like, but I felt like I needed to say it because it's kind of a once in a year thing for that. And so, there's a ritual. There's a gathering at the Hof once a month at least, but this is the big national one there at that particular location. I just needed to say that because you got a week's time if it is something that you want to check out. But like I said, take it at your own pace is absolutely fine. So I'm going to encapsulate all 3 of these last questions, and these will be our last questions. We're going to sign off. I am extremely hungry, and I've got some Costco stuffed peppers that I'm going to eat an entire tray of as soon as we're done with this broadcast.
And I'm running down to the Hof tomorrow, so it's going to be
okay. Well, then we'll get these 3 and call it quits. So, multi-pronged question. Your thoughts on the 9 doors of Midgard, read and complete all 9 steps or not, followed by a question in Edred Thorson's 9 doors of Midgard, or isn't Edward Thorson's Nine Doors of Midgard a valuable tool? And are there things you would add or subtract from it? Copy that Tom Bass has is from 2019, so he's not sure if there's a more current edition. And then we have a question from Chris Lucat about I don't know how to do a rune pull, and I feel I should. Any suggestions on where I should start? They kind of all flow together. As to the last question first, rune pull wise, you should read Futhark first. That's a good place to start, and I believe he talks about 3 rune pulls in there. A 3 rune pull is what I would start with if I were you, but if you have not read Futhark first, I would advise you to do that because I think it's very valuable to that. If you can, Futhark and rune lore, but I would approach it really thoughtfully, and I would suggest a 3 rune pull. On to the Nine Doors of Midgard question. I really like it. I think it takes time and it takes effort, and it can take more time and more effort than folks are willing to put in. I'll say that you are going to get out of it what you put in. So if you take shortcuts because it's just too long and tedious for you, your experience will reflect that. But it's a very, very long course. I don't know many people that have done all 9 doors. The first 2 doors are really good, and I would suggest that you do those. If you want to go past that, absolutely, by all means. I'm sure if we sat down and analyzed it, there's things that we could add or subtract, but in general, I think it's really good. It's just very long, very time consuming, and involves a lot of dedication to it. So if you're going to do it, I would say do it right at a slow pace rather than taking shortcuts, because things will reflect that. And if there's one piece of it that I have got the most out of, it's the section in the beginning about making a list of your good qualities and your negative qualities, of your virtues and your vices, and being brutally honest with yourself. You don't have to share it with anyone else, but that has been powerfully transformative to me, to make that list, both of them, and be very honest with it, to work on those things, and to come back maybe yearly and re-examine that list and see improvements or any kind of setbacks I've had towards it, and to work on that. And that's been really beneficial. Svan, do you have any advice on the rune pull and general thoughts on how good 9 doors is or isn't, and would you recommend people do all of it?
Like you answered the last question first, I would say my go-to recommendation, I love Futhark. But I mean, if we're talking about strictly divination, At the Well of Weird by Edward Thorson would be one of my first, and the other would be the complete illustrated guide to the runes by Nigel Pennick. Those 2 books are, if you don't know anything about the runes, they'll get you started. The illustrated guide to the runes by Nigel Pennick will get you started, plus give you all of the information, and it's unbiased. He even covers the runic revival in the medieval times, and he even talks about it during World War II, and he does it in a way that I don't think really is, like, again, biased, or he's attempting to, stave off the the powers that be that would want him to not print things unbiasedly. He just kind of rolls right in with that, and so you get kind of a really good scope of the runes just in general. Plus, it's got great photographs of archaeological digs and sketches of runic stones that are no longer around, and it's all formatted in a very easy, digestible way. So, if depending on your level, if you're a little bit more experienced, I would say Well of Weird. If you have no experience at all, go with the complete illustrated guide. It's a great foot in the door. The Nine Doors of Midgard, I have not completed the thresholds, if you will. I think it's a phenomenal book, and I have done just as Azirago had said, the first two major steps forward into that. I think it's a great book, and I intend to go through with it, if you will. But again, when you get into a lot of the controversy behind him, there is a book called The History of the Rune Guild that I think is worth noting, and it gives a fairly good perspective of his life through some of the more controversial states. And that would be an interesting book for anybody that was, kind of, again, you hear some people really naysay on him in relation to other things. And I think, again, we kind of get that ourselves here with people not fully understanding who we are or what we're about, and then painting us in a different light or a different, intention. I think he's gotten a lot of that too. So, yeah.
History of the Rune Guild is really interesting, and it's not really a history of the Rune Guild at all. It's basically a autobiography of Edred, which is fine. That's kind of most of what I wanted to get out of it. But it's a neat book. It tells a really interesting story of this guy's journey in the, very odd circles that he has ran in, and it gives you some perspective. And going into it, my endorsement of him is on his scholarship and his knowledge about the runes. I don't recommend him in terms of religion or piety or lifestyle choices, but I do as far as his runic knowledge, the knowledge, the expertise he brings to the table. And expertise is what I look at for, technicians in a lot of these fields, is, are they competent to instruct me in the thing that they're talking about? And that's how I would take that in his stuff. But the History of the Rune Guild is fascinating. It's really interesting read, and it's got a lot of, very interesting stories about the very interesting life that he's led. Thank you guys so much for continuing to join us on this. I know that we're 6 episodes in on going through the Hávamál, and we still have more to go. But I really get a lot out of this. Hope you guys do too. I'm enjoying it. Keep in mind, we will not be here next week because I will be halfway to North Carolina. Hopefully by the end of the broadcast, I'll be in North Carolina. But yeah, heading out for Ostara at Thorshof. If you can make it, you should. I'd love to see you there. It's going to be a fantastic event. If not, and you're listening to Victory Never Sleeps this time next week, you're in for a treat. Brandy Callahan is going to be running the show on that. And she has got, I believe, special guests. Who else coming with her? She's going to be there. Gothy Rob Stam will be on. I believe Witan Daniel Young will be on. And his wife, folk builder Heather Young, will be on. And Gothy Trent East will also be on. So they're going to figure out how to shuffle around the cameras, because I think we only got spots for 4 at a time. So I don't know whether it's going to be a tag situation or just how it's going to work. But look forward to talking to you guys in 2 weeks if I don't see you at Ostara. Till then, hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember that victory never sleeps.